Hey, welcome. We'll be getting started in just 1 second. Oh, thanks, Steven. But actually, this is going to be my regular schedule. Every Saturday at 1 o'clock, I'm going to do a relatively serious stream and put it on YouTube. Another career check. This time, I'm playing my favorite game of all time, Link's Awakening, and talking about how it's programmed. 1 second. There we are. Okay. Post this in a couple of my chats. Turn off my alarm. Hey Rob, no, I know your username. This is Link's Awakening for the Game Boy, right here. It's, in my opinion, the best game ever, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. They actually recently made a remake for the Switch that is incredibly... Yeah, I'll introduce that again in just 1 second. And let's go here. 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 And one last thing, and we'll get started. Is the frame rate all right, by the way? Because I'm going to be doing this for quite some time. I want to make sure that the frame rate's pretty decent. It looks like it's not. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna restart this real quick because definitely want the frame rate to be solid. Okay. Let's see. That looks like moderately better. Okay, whatever. We'll just get started. Let's see, like, how choppy it is, though. Nah, it should be fine. This is good enough. Okay, one last thing. All right. Welcome, everyone. This is another episode of Tech Career Chat, where we're going to be talking about programming and how to jumpstart your technology career at the same time as we're playing my favorite game of all time, Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening. Here is the original system that it's for, the original Game Boy, not even the Game Boy Color. Recently, there's been a remake for the Nintendo Switch, which is also quite good, and I highly recommend it. But we're going to be playing the original one because I'm going to be talking to you about a couple of the glitches that are featured in the original game. So let me get myself comfortable because I'm going to be here for a while. Planning on beating the entire game today. And let's get started. So, for personal touches. And my name's always too big, so we'll just go with brand. Good afternoon. I'm just going to say hi in here because if I get 5 people to chat at once, I unlock some new stuff on Twitch, so hopefully I qualify today. Have a good one. Let me know if you need anything. So the theme of this is coding on Koholint, because that's the island we're on. So for those who haven't played this game, it takes place in a little bit of a different setting than the other ones. You know, we're not in Hyrule. How about now, Rob? Is it working better now? We're in this magical land of Koholint. We're going to learn a little bit more about it as we go on. But my first task is, now that I have my shield, I'm going to go get my sword. Yeah, the Switch is a great remake. It feels just kind of weird to me because, you know, some of the physics are just slightly different. It's not a port, it's a, you know, remake, so... Okay, so I'm going to introduce something fairly early in this run. So I'm going to talk a little bit about coordinate systems in programming. So, Legend of Zelda is fairly easy to program the coordinates for because it uses coordinates for each of the rooms that you're in, quote-unquote rooms. So think about it this way. Every time I go from screen to screen, there's a little bit of a transition. And what that transition translates to is, if I pull up the map, I'm going from one of these boxes to another one of these boxes. So we're all familiar with coordinate systems in the real world. We're all familiar with latitude and longitude. But in games, it's a lot easier to break them up into these squares. Because it turns out that in programming, it is really easy to represent game maps like this in terms of two-dimensional arrays. And for those who are new to programming and have worked with arrays, two-dimensional arrays are just simply arrays within arrays. So the way that this works is that when I go from screen to screen, basically what the code is saying is, it's saying go from this box to the next box and do it such that you end up on the opposite side of the screen when you go to the right. So I start out on the very far right of the screen, and I'm going to end up on the far left of the screen. Now here I'm going to start on the bottom of the screen, and I end up on the top of the screen, but I go one square down. It's very similar to a chessboard or with Battleship. Think about, you know, I'm going to shoot B4. You sunk my battleship, right? It's a very discrete coordinate. The game is tracking my X and Y position on each individual screen, but the main thing it's tracking is which box I'm in. So there's a funny glitch in this version of the game that I'm going to show you right off the bat, because it's really funny to show right here, where I can trick the game into only executing part of the code here. So I can make it so that when I go down, I end up on the next screen, but I'm going to terminate the transition prematurely. So instead of ending on the top of the screen, I'm going to end up on the bottom of the screen. Watch how I'm going to do that. Takes a couple tries. Now I'm on the bottom of the screen because I still transitioned to the next room, but I terminated the animation that would pull me to the top of the screen. And I can take this further and now loop around on the map and end up on the top of the game map. And this is a way that some folks have found out that you can beat this game in a very short amount of time. Because if I enter this room, which I'm not going to do, because I'm going to play this game glitchless for the most part, but if I went inside this room, I'd be in level 8, which will take me hours to get to in the real world. So that's a fun little glitch in this game, among many fun little glitches. Hey, Found Oasis, how are you doing? So the way that you do that glitch is by pressing select to pull up the map in the middle of the animation. So that's one of the things that they fixed in the DX version of the game, the Game Boy Color version of the game. There are many glitches in this game, and this is honestly the game that inspired me to get into programming. But that's the first one I wanted to show you because there are other glitches that we're going to demonstrate in this game that build off of that concept. So now I'm going to get the magic mushroom to be able to create sleep powder or magic powder. And I'm going to use that magic powder to, you'll see, it gets kind of weird. But I'm going to get to level 1 using this process. Oops. Feel free to ask me any questions about the glitch that I just showed or any other thing that I do in this game. I love this game, and it really inspired me to get into development because of just how broken it frankly is, and how good of a game it actually is despite being broken. I played around with the glitches of this game for hours when I was a child. So I want you to take a second to really appreciate this game right now, okay? This game came out, I believe, in 92, maybe? And what's amazing about it is that this was a Game Boy game. A Game Boy original game. Now, if you didn't grow up in that time period, you have to understand that the games that you played on here were basically like phone apps. They were very, very basic. I'm talking about like Nokia phone apps, not like smartphone apps. I mean, the amount of memory that they were working with and the processor, very, very minimal. So, the fact that they were able to pull in a fully fledged Zelda game, one that honestly, in my opinion, rivals the quality of Link to the Past in this era, it's just amazing. Like, the amount of shortcuts they probably to take from a programming perspective is incredible. And we're going to show one example of that in a little bit. So, remember how... Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction to get my magic powder. It's the witch is in the top right. So, this game map is a square, because it's really easy to program data to be sequential and have a sequential coordinate system. It's just a very relatively easy thing to do. So that's why a lot of these game maps are square, right? Well, it turns out that you think, okay, maybe we're going to program all of our dungeons to also be square. Not the case. It turns out that one of the shortcuts they took in the original version of this game is they had a game map for the entirety of all of the dungeons and all of the underground areas. So when I say that, I mean there isn't a separate map for each level. There's actually one contiguous map for the entire underworld, and that counts both dungeons and caves. Oh, interesting. I wasn't very familiar with how they did this with Link to the Past. But that's one of the shortcuts they took, and I actually proved this about 10 years ago. There was originally a belief in one of the biggest game FAQs for this that there were 3 maps. There was caves, dungeons, and the overworld. And it turns out that no, there's only 2 maps. They even combined the dungeons with the caves. And I proved this by warping from one of the caves into level 6, I believe. And I'll show that off in a little bit. The big problem with exploring the glitch world, which is basically a version of the underworld where some of the tiles are messed up so you're able to transfer through walls using your flippers, is you need to have the flippers first. And I get the flippers on level 4. So in level 4, I will show you how to glitch out the underworld such that I can transition across rooms and prove that all of these rooms are connected. So, yes, feel free to mention some of the writing that you find funny. I'm going to be blasting through this myself, but if you have some examples that you'd like me to feature, I'd love to repeat them. It is a very funny game. One thing that's interesting is you'll notice that a lot of the characters look very similar to other characters in other franchises, right? Like Talon looks a lot like Mario. There might be some reasoning behind that, and we'll see in a little bit what I mean by that. Not going to spoil things on level 1, but there may be some significance to that fact. Yeah, so I'll pull it up afterward, but the game FAQ on this game glitches, I contributed that fact there. So you can see my username from when I was a kid, Brandman211, in that FAQ for the minimal amount of research that I did. And now, of course, with tool-assisted speedruns, folks have completely broken this game. Bob Mario, I believe his name is Bob Mario 511, did a tool-assisted speedrun that I encoded for the TAS Videos channel, or actually it may have been for his personal channel. And he did an hour-long run where he just broke this game entirely using tools. Definitely recommend checking that out afterwards. And maybe I'll play a portion of it after this run and talk about it, if I have time, and if there's a desire. But that's one of my most popular videos that I helped create, was Bob Mario's play around with this game. It's quite impressive what he did. All I did was just make it look nice. Okay, so one thing I will have to admit is I did not practice since the last time I played the remake, which was about a couple months ago, but I've played this game so many times, I should really know what I'm doing. I have 2 keys, so I should be able to get the item of this dungeon. Yeah, so you'll notice that this map, not that map, the dungeon map, which is shown on your select screen, it looks like it's square, but when I pull up the actual map that I unlock in-game, you'll see that some of the rooms are inaccessible. Or at least from the perspective of what they intend for you to do, those squares are inaccessible. There's a way that I can actually access those rooms, and if I go into a room that was not programmed, it gives me a generic blank room, and you'll see that in a little bit. Those rooms are kind of like a Missing No in the original Pokemon. Is anybody here familiar with Missing No? Or is that such an old glitch that folks are no longer familiar with it? It's a classic. So Missing No in Pokemon was basically what they did if you found a Pokemon that was not actually programmed. So what do I mean by that? So in an 8-bit game, and this is an 8-bit console, you typically are going to identify things with a number between 0 and 255. 255 is 2 to the... Oh my goodness. Is it 2 to the 8 minus 1? It's hard to explain this to non-programmers, but it's basically a really easy number system for computers to understand, because it's divisible by 2. It's an exponent of 2. So with 8 binary numbers, with 8 ones and zeros, you can represent a number between 0 and 255. But as you know, there are 151 Pokemon in the original Pokemon. Well, what happens if you encounter a Pokemon that is labeled as something other than one of those 151? Well, you get Missing No, which stands for missing number. So there were many ways to glitch the game into loading an invalid Pokemon, and that was the default behavior, was to load Missing No. There's a similar concept in this game where you can load a missing room, and that's what I'm going to show off in a short bit. So yeah, it would be 255 minus 151. Maybe minus 1 because there isn't a Pokemon 0. So it'd be 256 minus 151. That's how many unique Missing No characters there are. They all look the same because they all have the same basic behavior. The same concept exists in Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I don't believe I got the map, and I'm probably not going to, but I'm going to get a map in another level, and I'm going to show how... you know, the maps aren't square, and therefore, if I go to a room that wasn't programmed, it will show this, you know, default behavior room. And from there, I can exit the map of one level and end up in the map of another level. So I love talking about the programming of the game I'm playing, but also feel free to use this as an opportunity to just talk about games in general, or programming in general, and ask me questions. 20 unique ones? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, how like there's a fossil Pokemon that you can get, or like the ghost Pokemon. Sorry, I call those all missing no. I guess they have a different name, but it's the same concept, right? These are not valid Pokemon. Does that make sense, or am I describing that right? I'm not a tremendous Pokemon expert. Cool. Well, that level makes this game look like it's shorter than it is, because the first level's so basic. The following levels will be significantly more complex and long. In fact, even getting to the next level is about as long as that level was. Because it turns out that something very serious happened. I love this dialogue. They sound like such children. They stole Bow Wow. I gotta go rescue Bow Wow. And maybe use him to get to the next level. Okay, I think I have to go this way. Yeah, the names that they gave to those Pokemon, those are, you know, very good for copy pasta. Or scary, creepy pasta, whatever they call it. But it's all just a programming error. Yeah, something was weird about the remake, where this was actually decently difficult for me to play on the remake. Maybe because I was playing hero mode or whatever, but I feel like they made this much harder in the remake, and much more ominous. I saved Bow Wow! Or the Chain Chomp, depending on which franchise we're in. Okay, now I'm gonna swing back around. I can't pick up those rocks yet. And I'm gonna let the Chain Chomp eat one of these flowers, so now I can go into level 2 Bottle Grotto. Yeah, temporary power-ups is kind of an odd concept, but I guess it was, you know, they try to pack as much into this as they possibly could. I believe the story of this game is that originally it was designed to be a Link to the Past remake, and then it turned into its own little pet project. So I'm going to do the more extreme glitches once I get the flippers. Because once you get the flippers, you can basically go from level to level very easily. Before then, it's a lot more difficult. You have to really have perfect timing with your screen glitches. There's one particular glitch you can do that I find to be pretty impressive. Basically, reloads the level such that all of the walls are water, and that allows you to go from screen to screen and from level to level very easily. So, I'm going to demonstrate that once I get the flippers, but I'm planning on playing the actual game without abusing glitches, just because I want to have more fun with it. So I'm going to show off some glitches, and I'm going to play the game normally, for the most part. This is my least favorite part of the game, is every time you press an item you can't interact with, it says, wow, I wish we had the item that was necessary, and I know, but I just accidentally touched the item. Whoops. And now I have that item, the power bracelet. I'm gonna switch to this configuration. Yeah, it was fairly quick that I got it. It wasn't an at last for me, but when I was originally playing this game, I would probably touch like all the pots and stuff and be like, oh man, when can I actually pick this up? So probably when I was first playing this, I would say, at last I can do this. So I guess it's a good dialogue depending on who your target audience is. Okay, actually, I think I have to go here first. Alright, I have to kill these guys in a particular order. It's very annoying. So I'm gonna try Skull, Bat, Rabbit. I forget the order. In order to get the item. Okay, so it wasn't that. So let's try Bat, Skull, Rabbit. And you learn in the game how to do this, but you have to get like the beak stone, or I forget what it's called. But you have to get that item that you can plug into a statue to figure out what the order is. Okay, let's try Rabbit, Skull, Bat. Nope. And let's try Rabbit, Bat, Skull. There we go. Forget what's over here. If you hop on the Goomba, you get a heart every time, which is nice. Oh, this is where I plug in the stone in order to figure out what the order is. That would have been better to do, probably. Oops. I changed items for no reason. Oh yeah. This is a cool little one. You go down normally, everything's fine, and then here you have to hold a pot in order to push the stronger platform down. So this is a really cool design for a boss. Not the most fun boss to actually fight against, though. Phew! That's level 2. So, I've been talking a lot about this game because I love this game, and I'd like to talk about it forever because it's an amazing game. But the main goal of this stream is basically for me to give folks kind of like office hours to talk to me about programming and cybersecurity while I play games. So when there's dead space, I'm going to be commentating on the game and talking about the technical details of the game. But my main goal is if there are folks who are trying to get into technology or are trying to make their next move in technology, I'd love to talk to them about how I could possibly help in terms of coaching you along, because I've been inspired through gaming to get into development a long time ago, and I'm really happy with my work situation. I have a nice full-time job. I also have a course that I'm publishing next month, which I'm really excited about, on cybersecurity, cloud security specifically. And I'd love to talk to other folks who might have an interest in gaming and are interested in learning about programming and could use this time to ask me some questions. So feel free to join in the chat about that. Okay, so I think now I have to do the trading sequence, or at least I have to start the trading sequence. So I gotta talk to the Madam Bow Wow to return Bow Wow. Then I have to get the Yoshi doll. Thanks, Madam Yao Mao. Now I gotta play this, which is also much harder in the remake. Much harder in the remake. In the remake, it can fall out of the claw very easily. It was very frustrating, to say the least. Let's see if I still remember how to do this on the original. I believe that'll do it. Nice. 1 second. Yeah, lots of gaming references. There's a secret seashell in this patch if I was going to go for that, but probably don't have enough time for that. Then I'm going to trade the doll for a bow. And then I'm going to give the bow to the other chain chomp. Right here. So yeah, if y'all are just here for the games, that's totally fine too. But if you have any questions about programming or cybersecurity that I can answer while I'm playing this game that I know like the back of my hand, I'd love to provide that service. Okay, I think I got everything I need to go to the next level. Just for fun, let's travel faster using that glitch from before. Gonna activate this warp area. And now I'm gonna go meet Richard, who's also from another game, a fairly obscure game, I believe. Oh, actually, I need to get bombs. I think I have to buy them? I haven't been to the store once yet. So I believe Richard's from a Japanese-only game. Oh no, I need money for this part, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, well, it's a little premature to go here, but I think I can get some cash in this area. So I'm gonna just take a nap. Normal thing to do when you need money. Just sleep it off. Maybe you'll wake up with more cash. That'll help. Hey! Thanks, Danger Sharks. Okay, 1 second. That's a great question. So the question is, where should I go, coming from a science background, after getting your Security Plus certification? I believe, and I think it's an important thing to mention, is that I came from a different career path. I started out as a developer, and from being a developer, I got into security. I did not go straight into security. That being said, I am under the impression that most people who go into cybersecurity directly are most successful when they start out in a security operations center, because that's something that does not require extensive amounts of programming knowledge. It's more about forensics and more about examining logs and whatnot. So it's something that is... One quick second. Looks like my OBS disconnected. Okay, let's see if it comes back. I'm gonna give it a second while I collect coins. This is a great time, actually, to have a disconnect. Are we back? Let's see. Reconnection successful, it says. Okay, let's see if we're back. Looks like we're back. Hey, sorry about that. I'm gonna continue answering your question in just a second once folks have time to reconnect. Very sorry about that. I guess I had an internet brownout or something. Hey, if the person who asked that question could chime back in so I can make sure that they're back, that would be great, because I want to make sure I answer your question sufficiently. Hey, awesome. Okay, cool. So sorry about that. So yeah, I think security operations is a really good start because it allows you to supply a lot of benefit that doesn't require a lot of scripting. By nature, security operations job requires a lot of human labor, a lot of manual analysis and trying to find patterns. Kind of like a digital forensics job is how I understand it. But understand at the same point that I have not come from that background originally. I came from being a developer to being into cybersecurity. So it's a little bit of a different career path. And as a result, I don't have as much first-hand knowledge of how to break into the technical industry. But that's what I've heard from folks that I've talked to with a similar background to yours. The big thing that I've found, unfortunately, because, you know, this is the area that I'm most interested in and the area that I'm most passionate about, is I'm most passionate about penetration testing, and this is the practice of trying to break into applications or break into digital infrastructure or organizations. And it turns out that doing that right out of the gate is kind of difficult. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, think about the skill set that's involved, right? If you're trying to break applications, it is probably important that you understand a little bit about how applications are developed. So I think that that's a hard field to break into immediately. But if you start out in a security operations center and you start to understand the kinds of attacks that are actually happening in your organization and the signatures that indicate compromise, you can use that experience to then go further with it and learn more specializations, like you know, how web applications are built and how they can be exploited, so you can consult your organization to build more durable infrastructure. Great question. Thank you for that. Any follow-up questions? Feel free to ask. I'd love to continue with that. Also, if you can message your classmates, I'd really love to get the conversation a little bit larger. So if anybody else is interested, would love the word of mouth. Whoa! That's a new glitch for me. What? Okay, I've seen that in a tool-assisted speedrun, but I don't know how to actually trigger that. I'll have to look up the specifics, but I accidentally created a tile or sprite malfunction. Okay. I gotta bomb one of these walls and beat up the person behind it, but I forget which one. I think it's this one? Nope. I had a 50-50 gamble, and I lost. This boss also in the remake, way harder than the original. Awesome. I'm glad that that you're into speedrunning as well as technology. And yeah, I can definitely understand how moving from one career to another after 6 to 7 years can be a little bit daunting. I think one way to look at it, though, is that the skills that you're learning in cybersecurity and in programming are valuable regardless of what kind of organization you work for. So that's one of the things that I love about being a programmer and a technology expert is, let's say I'm really into, I'll give you a good example actually. Let's say I'm really into chess, like I am nowadays. I've gotten obsessed with it. And let's say I want to work in that field. Well, you know, I can learn how to play chess well enough that I could be valued in that regards, which is never going to happen because that takes a lot of work. Or I can just be a developer, which is valuable for every organization, and say, hey, I want to work for Chessable or chess.com. I mean, that's an option that I have because of my skill set. I can focus my energy in any particular field. And that's why one thing I'll mention, and maybe I can connect you to, I have a good friend who works in programming, but comes from science background and has learned a lot about chemistry, biology, etc. And they currently work creating programs that help scientists find cures to various diseases. So if you're familiar with the Fold It program, that game that you can play in order to find new DNA patterns. I'm not good with life sciences, by the way, but that's the concept of it. You can use that to find cures to real diseases by sequencing genes or unfolding proteins. So he was able to take his two passions and combine them into one job. And that's the wonderful thing of being in development, is that it allows you to do so. So you can find a way to, for example, provide security operations for, let's say, an academic institution doing, science research, and still be involved in that world. It turns out that especially in the programming world, a lot of the skills you gain are related to, the business logic. You have to understand the business in order to properly implement the business logic in code. So as a result, that skill is very useful for, let's say, defending, trade secrets from, bad actors. So something to look into. See if you can find a job that intersects with your interests. I'll give you some examples from my experience. So I have had really two, maybe three major jobs. So I've worked for two major companies, and I've done two different roles in my second company. I wonder what I should do in this square. Dig up this key. So I first started out in an IoT surveillance company, so a company that created Internet of Things devices such as cameras and network video recorders in order to enable surveillance of companies and of homes. And, I learned a lot about programming in that time period. I learned a lot about the cloud. I learned a lot of great technical skills. But you know what I learned a lot more about? I learned a lot more about security cameras, and I ended up learning a lot of the business logic that would help me work in that field if I so chose to do so again. Now I work for a company that's primary goal is to provide support and insurance for cell phones. I've learned quite a bit through that as well. But I learned a lot about phones, the different types of phones that there are, and a lot about insurance and procedures. So the business logic that you have in your past experience is super valuable if you can apply your new skill set to the same industry. So it's not like you're throwing out the skills you had before. Oh, I did this backwards. I need to unlock the dungeon, then I need to wrap around. So thanks for joining. Of course. Thanks for joining, folks. I know a couple people just joined and might be confused about why I'm talking about technology. My shtick is that I'm a former speedrunner and a member of the tool-assisted speedrun community. I did a lot of those speedruns in the past, and I encoded even more. And my shtick is that I'm going to play games and I'm going to talk about technology. And I'd love to talk to folks who are interested in learning about programming or cybersecurity to help advance their career goals. But if you're interested in just watching me play games, that's fine too. Nothing wrong with that at all. If you like what you see, please drop me a follow and subscribe on my YouTube channel. I'm going to be probably uploading this content to my YouTube. One of my major goals of this channel is to revive my old YouTube channel. Because of all the speedruns that I used to have, I actually have like a fairly big YouTube channel that I've just let rot for the past 10 years. And it's such a shame. If I can get 1% of those folks to follow this Twitch, I would have 10 times the amount of followers than I have currently, because I had a much bigger YouTube channel. So any word of mouth or promotion to your friends who are maybe learning programming is greatly appreciated. I'm not really doing this for any financial gain. I mean, I will not deny bits or subs. I would recommend that folks subscribe with Twitch Prime if they're Amazon Prime customers, because you can do that for free. I'm not really interested in taking non-billionaires' money, because I feel like that money would be best served by advancing your career and your own goals. And, you know, I'm very thankful to have a great career where I'm not struggling for cash. But if you want to give me Jeff Bezos' money, I have no problem with that whatsoever. If you want to subscribe with Twitch Prime. The main reason I'm doing this is to help folks with their careers, and also because so many people ask me so many questions all the time about various things, and I wanted to give them this opportunity to basically have office hours with me that allows me to play games in the process. So I figured this was a great combination of a lot of different, of solving a lot of different problems. I've mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again. I truly believe that this concept is one that's going to blow up on the internet at some point. If it's not with me, I really think it's going to be blowing up with someone else, because I think there's a huge overlap of developers or gamers and people who want to learn how to program. Everybody's trying to do something new in this horrible economy that we live in, thanks to the very unfortunate global world event, I believe is what YouTubers are supposed to call it. Current world event. You know, so I figured this is a great way to give back and have some fun in the process. And boy, am I enjoying playing video games for the first time in a long while. So, Danger Sharks, are you from the Vanderbilt cohort or the Minnesota cohort that I've worked with in the past? Oh, so here's the example, by the way, of the map that I was showing before. This is not a square map. So if I went over, you know, if I went to the left of this room, let's see if I can do this real quick. If I go to the left of this room, using that glitch from before, you'll see that this is a room that's just empty. It's a missing room. It has no behavior. I'm stuck permanently here. I have to restart the game and save. But we'll show later how I can go from room to room using that process. And how all of the maps are actually connected in order to save memory space. That may have not been the best opportunity to show that off, but oh well, it's over now. I'll have to reroute a little bit. Probably should have gotten the boots first. Now, when I get the flippers, I can have my cake and eat it too, as you'll see in a little bit. Whoops. They're giving me bombs, and there's a lot of bombs in this area. I wonder what I have to use to beat the next boss. Oh, this wasn't even necessary? My bad. I thought for some reason I had to go through that route. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I actually, funnily enough, I've subbed for Minnesota twice now. 2 different cohorts. But yeah, the main reason I did that is, you know, it was brought to my attention that it was available, and I'm like, wow, that's my favorite topic. You know, I don't normally sub for groups other than my native Nashville group, but I figured, you know what, why not? You know, I have some free time. Why not? It should be fun. So I'm glad I got to meet you through that process. Hopefully, in the not-so-far future, I can sub for more cohorts. But you know, it's hard to functionally work 3 jobs at this point. Even if, you know, one of them's during the weekend. I guess 4 now if you count this to be a job. So far, I've made a cool $10 off of my Twitch streaming, so, you know, raking it in. Whoops. Yeah, no, definitely, I'm always thinking about technology. I mean, it's definitely my passion. I'm very thankful to, you know, have been inspired to get into that, you know, at such a young age. I mentioned in the previous stream how the reason I'm even in development is because of the fact that I wanted to make video games when I was growing up, and I was inspired to do so by another creator. And, you know, I have a friend now that has like a 10-year-old kid who's playing games all the time, and I'm telling her all the time, I'm like, hey, you know, it's not all bad. This could actually result in a good career, so, you know, it's not all bad to have people who are obsessed with gaming. I was definitely obsessed to an unhealthy degree, in comparison to, you know, I definitely recognize that I played too many video games, and my parents probably should have reduced my amount of exposure to it relative to what I got, but, you know, it worked out in the end. Let's put it that way. So I have 3 keys. I need 4, right? I think I need 4. That's awesome. Hey, and you know, this is a family-friendly stream, so feel free to watch with your children, and you know, maybe they'll be inspired in the process. It's really, honestly, how I got, you know, where I am today is from video games. Yeah, no, there's definitely a nice balance, right? Like, don't have your kids play all day every day, but you know, if they have a healthy obsession that, you know, leads them to be creative, I think it's a beautiful thing. I used to make, I think when I was like maybe, I don't know, I don't want to show my age, not because I'm old, it's actually quite the opposite. I look a lot older than I am, and but you know, I was young enough that Pokemon was appealing to me, let's put it that way. And I made a board game of Pokemon when I was, you know, fairly young, and you know, that was an example of being creative and you know, being inspired to, you know, create something. I think that's a very healthy thing to do. Whereas, you know, consumption, playing games and doing nothing with those games, maybe not quite as healthy of a behavior to do constantly. And I wish I, you know, I wish I learned how to develop games even earlier, honestly. You know, that would have been even better. The funny thing is, once I learned how to make games, I stopped playing them nearly as much. I was much more interested in the creativity side than the consumption side of the gaming equation. So, when your kid gets a little bit older, I would say maybe like 6, there's a program called Scratch that was developed by MIT, and it's a phenomenal resource to teach kids about coding, and it makes it really fun. There's also the Day of Coding, which uses similar technology. I cannot recommend those two enough. I started a little bit older than 6 years old, so the tools that I started out with are definitely not appropriate for 6-year-olds. But, you know, they're Game Maker Studio, which at the time was just called Mark Overmars' Game Maker, is a great tool for, I would say, teenagers. I think when I was 3 or 4, I probably played games for, you know, 8 hours a day. So, yeah, as long as you're limiting more than that, I think you're in an okay spot. I mean, it was really bad. You know, I was a fairly healthy kid, and then I met video games, and I gained like 100 pounds, like, in a couple years. Very bad. Oh yeah, I know what I have to do now. Yeah, I never got into World of Warcraft, but I have a lot of close friends who are really into it even to this day. If Juby Dooby's still in the chat room, I'm referring to you predominantly, but also someone else in my board game group. I know it's a, you know, marvelous game and certainly revolutionary for its time, but I just never got into it. And there was something about that subscription model that I was not a fan of, because like I felt like I had to justify playing it enough hours a month to, you know, pay I guess like $100 a year or so when you really add it all up. It wasn't a good financial decision to me when I, you know, was a teenager and had no money. I honestly didn't even really like, that series in general. Like, I got to play Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne as a part of the tech camp that I was in for a while. Like, there was like a modding course. By the way, I could get a secret seashell there if I want it, but meh. And just wasn't me. I don't know what it was, but I think I'm just like a really very much a classic video game fanboy, and like 3D in general just doesn't mesh well with me. But at the same time, I don't know. There are several other 3D games I liked. Well, different strokes, different folks. But it wasn't me for whatever reason. 1 second. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, my knowledge of Warcraft is very, very shallow, so I don't even know if I get the reference, honestly. I know a lot of people who are into chess also like StarCraft, but I literally never played StarCraft in my life. Maybe I would have liked it if I had the opportunity or interest to pick it up, but I never did. Okay, now that I have the boots, I can actually get the main item from this area. Interesting. I don't know how you mess up a remake, really, of such a beloved franchise. I don't understand. Like, this game's remake's amazing. The one thing I will complain about the remake, I gotta say, and I hope they fix this as soon as possible, but there are instances where in the game engine, you get less than 60 frames per second. And that's absurd. I don't understand how this game... I mean, it's a beautiful remake, but, like, come on. If you compare it to Breath of the Wild, like, it should not be as complex as Breath of the Wild. So why is there an issue with 60 frames per second? So I haven't followed up to see if they fixed that since, but I really hope they do, because I'd like to show the remake to my children one day. Not the original, because they'll be, like, very confused. And by the way, future children, for those who are maybe watching, who haven't communicated with me in a while, that are, you know, in my social network, I do not have kids currently. Most certainly, good luck with your project, and let folks know when they're done that I'll probably still be on here, and that they should give me a follow. So, thanks for the great chat, Danger Sharks. Take care. I think I'm going the wrong way. Let's see. I know I'm going directionally in the right direction, but I think I may be going a very suboptimal route to where I need to go. I'm about to go to Animal Village, which is one of the coolest little parts of the game, I would say. Okay, yep, here we are. Whoops. Okay, I remember what to do now. Okay. So I go here to warp back to that area. Now my mobility across the world will be a lot better. Let's see if Marin went to the beach. Yep. Okay. This is a fun scene. No, I'm not really listening, Marin, sorry. Heard this speech like 300 times. I love that you pick up Marin as if she's an item. Very, very patriarchal. Not good at all. But it's a funny gag, I guess. The one thing that the remake does much better, by the way, than the original, is it makes it a lot better to switch items, because your sword is always equipped with one of the buttons, and your, boots are always equipped in another button, I believe. So there's a lot less of this back and forth between the items. There's simply less buttons to work with in the original. What can you expect? By the way, have you ever noticed that both the Nintendo Entertainment System and the Game Boy both have 8 buttons on it? Interesting, huh? And both of those systems are 8-bit. Could there be any connection there? I think there might be. You can represent the current controller's state with an 8-bit number. So, fun little fact. As Marin sings and I'm suspended in air. One quick second. Okay. So for those who are just joining us, we're playing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, and we're talking about tech. This is my favorite game of all time. I've played it and beaten it many, many times, and it was a huge inspiration for me to get into technology, so I'm going to be detailing a couple of the glitches in this game throughout. But feel free to join the chat and just talk about whatever, but specifically if you have any questions about programming or hacking, cybersecurity, etc., I'd love to answer them while I play. Hey Vincent, how's it going? We're about halfway through the game, but feel free to tell friends who are interested in getting to the field. I should be here for probably at least another hour and a half because we got past the shorter half of the game. So I would be surprised if I was able to beat the rest of this in less than an hour and a half. And also just letting you know, I notice I'm starting to get used to the Twitch interface, but if you didn't know this, because your account is connected with Amazon Prime, if you happen to not already be subscribed to someone this month with Amazon Prime, feel free to subscribe to my channel for free using Twitch Prime, and with that you'll get some emoticons and special status and all of the gamified stuff. So but this stream is free and for everybody who wants to learn about technology. No donations or subscriptions are required by any stretch of the means, but I do encourage the Twitch Prime just because it doesn't cost folks money, and where I don't want to take hardworking new developers' personal cash. I do not mind taking Jeff Bezos's $5 away from Jeff Bezos at all. Okay, I know where I'm going. I'm being silly. So Vincent was one of several very talented students in one of the cybersecurity classes that I substituted for, and they just graduated, so congratulations again. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with that skill set, and I'll keep an ear out if I hear about any compliance and governance auditing kind of work. Even though that's not necessarily my wheelhouse, of course I'm here to support anybody that I've worked with the best I can. Okay, I'm really happy that we're almost to level 4, because then I get to show off some of the more ridiculous glitches that exist in this game. So first I have to unlock this waterfall, then I have to climb the mountain and jump off the mountain to get to that area. So no flippers are required as of yet, but I will get the flippers in that level, and then I can do all sorts of unbelievable glitches with that. Okay, I believe this is the path. Yep. Isn't it funny that you lose a half a heart from falling down a hole, hundreds of miles? It's absurd. Video games are funny sometimes. Oh, for sure, you deserve it. I am always here to promote the success of former students and current students. You know what I just realized, and I should have done this earlier? I have a pretty good network of folks to market the stream to that are, adult learners trying to learn, cybersecurity and development. But I haven't really reached out to many folks in academia. So after this, I should reach out to some of my contacts at Vanderbilt undergrad, as well as my alma mater. If you have any contacts in colleges that'd be interested in that, that would also be nice. But I just realized, wow, this would have been a really good way to market the stream, and I didn't even think about it. Okay. Too busy speedrunning to do it at the same time. Vincent, plausible deniability is what I'm playing on. I have a Game Boy right here. Look, clearly that's what I'm playing on. I'll show you the cartridge when I'm done, by the way. It's kind of adorable. It's got, I don't know if it was my handwriting or if it was my mother's, to be honest with you, but one of us wrote the letter B on it to indicate that this was my game and not my sister's. I'm sure a lot of people with siblings could relate to those troubles. Sometimes I surf the internet and things fall onto my PC. That's funny. I can't relate at all. This is a hard, for some reason, jump to do. The reason might be because I'm bad at video games. The problem with the emulator debate, I mean, I'm not a lawyer in the slightest, but the problem with the emulator debate is I think there's a really rich culture around old video games in the tool-assisted speedrun community. I've mentioned this a couple times. You may not have been on stream when I mentioned it, but tool-assisted speedruns are where you basically program robots that play the game for you in a very superhuman way. And that practice is basically impossible without emulation, unfortunately. So even if you think emulation is a scourge, you have to believe that the disadvantages of emulation are outweighing the cultural value that you get from tool-assisted speedruns and the video game promotion that has come from that. So, it's unfortunate. But I'm literally here promoting the new game, which I also own, so hopefully, if this video ever blows up, people won't ask any more questions. This is a hard jump to time. Okay, I do not have any more keys, so I need to go a little bit further, I think, before I can get that key. Or to get to the mini-boss, I mean. What am I supposed to do here? I totally forget what I'm supposed to do here. So... this is completely inaccessible. This is not completely inaccessible. I have to go this way on the shallow water. There we go. And then there must be a key in this area. That's one of them. And then, okay. Then I'm gonna... let's see. I can't do that part yet. I don't think, realistically. I need to go back, beat the mini-boss, which is also way harder in the new version. And then that should lead me to get the flippers. Using the flippers, I can do all sorts of stuff. Whoops. What am I doing? I'm completely blanking out. Sorry. That comes after I get the flippers. I need to go here beforehand to fight this mini-boss. By the way, while I'm doing this fairly mindlessly, I've already done a Mega Man X stream. This is my second major stream that I've been promoting, that I'm going to put on YouTube, the Zelda one. I'm kind of not sure what game I want to play next. So if anybody has any votes, I'd love to get some feedback. I'm thinking probably maybe Mario 3 Warpless for next Saturday. Mario 3 is such a great game. I could also play Mario 2 Warpless. I used to be pretty good at Mario 2. I could beat the game with warps in about 11 and a half minutes. But I already have that on YouTube of me playing and beating in 11 and a half minutes. Not with commentary, but yeah. So if anybody has any feedback about what games would be good for me to play on this channel, or games that are fun to tear apart from a development perspective, I'm very happy to take suggestions. I can do basically any Nintendo system, but my preference would be Game Boy or Nintendo or Super Nintendo, just because that's the era that I'm most familiar with and I have the most fun with. I know eventually, when the virus, the global world event is over with, I would love to play Battletoads Double Dragon with my friend who I've played that game with like 3 billion times. That's a really fun game to play. But I don't know what I would do, what my top choice would be until then. Also, Mystical Ninja starring Goemon's another game I really want to play on stream, but that game's long. I have to plan out a good amount of time for a game of that length. Okay, I believe here is where I have to do this pattern. So it's like this. No, so it's middle, bottom right, middle, bottom right, top right, top left, bottom right, boom. Okay, so at this point, I could show off one of the major glitches, and I think I might. So watch what happens if I teleport here, and now I'm on this side of the screen. If I push forward, by the way, look at the Thwomp lookalike trying to, smash into me but can't over and over again. If I go further left, you'll see that I'm in this undefined room. And if I jump down here, you'll see that a lot of tiles are distorted, and I can't, push through these walls. Basically what happens is at this point, all of the tiles are corrupted, all of the textures are corrupted, and I can walk through walls and I can swim through other walls. So this is an interesting phenomena because I can do all sorts of, shortcuts and cheats this way. For example, I can just go straight here. But the one thing I wanted to show off, because I mentioned it earlier. Oh, and now I have the level 2 power bracelet, 7 levels early, which is funny. Let me show this to the audience. So see how I have this map? Here's where the boss is, and I'll fight them in a moment. But if I go past the map, you'll see that I'm in, I guess, the underground area. So that's a glitched out version of the room directly below me. But what I'm going to show off, if I can... Oh no, these walls are not... Okay, this one is. So now I'm going outside of the map. You can see I'm literally going beyond what the map can track. If I go a little bit too far, you'll see that now I'm back in level 1. So level 1 is connected to levels 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as well as actually the caves. So you can do some serious shortcuts with this kind of glitch. So let me show this even further. Now I'm back in level 2. So you can see level 2 is directly connected with level 1. And if I open up this map, it's still loading level 4's map, and still playing level 4's music. But if I went through a staircase on one of those other levels, it would unglitch the game, such that I was then playing in that level again. So that just goes to show how, to take a shortcut, Nintendo... Whoa! That was a funny underflow. It's hard to navigate with these glitched out tiles. In order to take a shortcut with limited memory, they stored all of their dungeons maps on the same plane, and you just don't notice it because you can't directly access them because there are boundaries. But if you go past those boundaries, you can prove that they are all connected. So I want to go back to the boss. Because I want to fight the boss fair and square. Yeah, right here. I don't need the boss key, though. There we go. Now everything's back to normal. Or should be. You can see I have the level 2 power bracelet, which I'm not supposed to get until later on in the game. And I'm not exactly positive why that is. I think the idea is that by default, if there's a chest that the contents are unknown, that's the default item. Because I've seen that a lot of people who glitch out this game end up getting that specific item every time. There are several ways to get into that glitched state. I maybe will show the one that I discovered when I was younger in a little bit. I did not learn about the map freezing glitch by myself. I learned about that through FAQs and videos online. But I did discover another way to get into that area. Feel free to ask questions about that glitch, by the way. I probably can provide more details than I have thus far. So one thing I have to do before I go to the next level is I have to go here to learn a new song on my ocarina that will allow me to warp to a particular area. Boom, 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 boom. Dun 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 dun. Pow. Okay, let's warp to that area now. Turn-based games would probably not be the best fit for this medium, just because of the length. I mean, this is probably the longest game that I should, stream. Where's the ghost? Wasn't there supposed to be a ghost here? Okay. I'm a little worried that I may have broken the game. If I did, there's a workaround. Let's try saving and quitting real quick. And let's warp again. There's supposed to be a ghost that shows up. And when the ghost shows up, I'm supposed to go through this whole task of bringing it back to its grave. Maybe I'm supposed to go in here first? Okay. Okay, I may have glitched out the game by getting this item too early, but I have a workaround that I'll show off, and it'll give me an opportunity to show off that glitch that I mentioned before. Whoops, that's not the button I meant to press. I thought I re-equipped my sword. My apologies. Okay, still not there. Okay. That being said, I really would like to play the original Pokemon again. I just feel like it would just take way too long to be entertaining. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so let me show you the version of the glitch that I found in level 1 when I was really young. I don't know how I figured this out. Or maybe a friend told me? I'm not positive. It's one or the other. I definitely didn't learn about it online. But it turns out that when you fall down this area, you have like a split second in which you can jump. And if you jump, you go out of bounds as well, like this. So that's one way of getting to the corrupted world. I'm going to go, because I don't know what's going on with level 5, I'm going to try to get to level 5 through this mechanism. Kirby would be fun to play. I'm a huge fan of Kirby... Ugh. Of Kirby's, for the Super Nintendo, All-Star. But I feel like that game, once again, is better with, you know, a second player. So why do I need the ghost again? I need the ghost in order to get into that cave. What item does the ghost give me? I'm just going to try to go to level 5 directly. We'll see how well this works. If anybody on the stream, by any chance, knows if I messed up the sequence, do tell. Okay, I think this is level 8, so I'm not going to try to glitch out the game any further. There's supposed to be a ghost. I bring it back to its grave. Maybe if I don't have the ghost, it's okay, actually. Okay, if I don't find level 5 in like 2 minutes, I'm gonna just try to go to that dungeon. What level is this? Level 1. Less glitched than before. I'm actually gonna get that treasure chest. Or try to, at least. Hey, I got the more powerful power bracelet again. This is still level 1. I think this might actually be level 5. Might have gotten lucky. No, this is level 4 again. Okay, I'm just gonna mess around for just a little bit more, and then I'm gonna give up. And then we'll see what happens. This is level 3. Level 3 again. Just a different portion of level 3. Alright, I'm gonna try to just go to level 5 and see what happens. Maybe the ghost will show up, maybe not. Okay. To get to level 5, I have to go in the general area of the animal village. And then what? I'll figure it out. I love how messed up our map is, by the way. I have explored all of this area, and then the top left I explored one square. Okay, I have the flippers now, which means I should be able to go to this area. Is anything going to stop me from just going directly into it without helping the ghost out like I was supposed to? I guess not. Let's just play the level. Duly noted, the ghost does not appear to show up if you've already collected the level 2 power bracelet. I didn't mean to skip gameplay, but it is what it is. This area is for later. These enemies are awful, by the way. So Vincent, if you're still there, I'm curious. Of the things that you learned in your cybersecurity program, what would you say would be the most interesting one to you personally? I'm going to take whatever you say with a grain of salt because you're into governance, and I don't understand how anybody would find that interesting, but, you know, I'm really happy that you're into that because it's a very needed role. Yeah, Wireshark's pretty cool. I need to get more familiar with it, honestly. I haven't had many practical examples in which I personally needed to use Wireshark because I don't really work in what's the word? Like forensics. But yeah, no, it's definitely a very powerful tool. Okay, so I gotta fight this this skeleton guy 4 times. He's in 4 different rooms. I gotta enter those rooms in the right order. So the room I entered initially might be the right room, or not. I'm not positive. But then I'll get the hook shot, and then I can do all sorts of good stuff, such as beat this enemy without having to flail around like this. The unfortunate thing is I need to get a little bit more money in the game to buy the bow and arrow for the mini-boss of this level, I believe. Oh, gosh. Okay. Not my best hour right now, but we'll get past it. Okay, I'll ask a second question that's maybe a little bit easier to answer. What was the most surprising thing you learned in the program? What worked very differently than you expected? These are the single worst enemies in the entire game. They are so annoying. I'm gonna cheat this room. Yeah, Metasploit is pretty impressive. It basically means that anybody who wants to hack something can, if an exploit exists for something that they're using. Absolutely. JSON, really, there's nothing special about JSON. I think maybe the format might just be a little different, but like JSON, if you know the structure of JSON files, there's really nothing else to learn, right? It's all about how you use JSON. It's just a data structure. Now, if you learn JavaScript in more depth, you can become more familiar with JSON just through that, because it's called JavaScript object notation for a reason. It teaches you how to structure data using JavaScript syntax. But that became a standard across all languages, basically. So you can take that knowledge and apply it in other languages. It's just a better alternative, in my opinion, to things like XML. And then YAML is another one that you need to be familiar with, which apparently YAML stands for YAML Ain't Markup Language. It's a recursive acronym. But yeah, finding JSON files, I mean, usually, systems are actually using them on purpose. It's just a way of distributing data. But yeah, there's a lot of times where JSON is exposed improperly, but that's no different than just exposing data improperly. So, okay, this is a fun conversation, to me at least. So traditional applications on the web, let's talk about the evolution of the web. So, when the web first came out, it was like a library. You had documents that you checked out. That's all you did with it, with the internet. You had HTML documents, which define the structure of data. Maybe you had some CSS, which is going to say, what it looks like, the aesthetic of the page. But there wasn't much else. You created your web pages, and people downloaded those web pages. They read them, maybe they got a laugh out of them, maybe they learned something, and then they went away. These are what are called static pages. So the main thing here is that the pages themselves don't change. The pages are static. You program them, people download them, you're done. And that worked for what its purposes were, right? People could get information this way, and that was revolutionary at the time. But when Web 2.0 came out, the concept of Web 2.0, people realized that the most valuable data you could download off of the internet was data generated by non-developers. So let's think about this from a video perspective. Back in the day, people made web pages that stored videos on them, and people used to watch those. So in order to share content, you had to understand HTML and CSS, how to buy a domain name, and all of that stuff. But someone realized, what if we created a programming language that basically allows us to generate dynamic pages on the fly based on certain logic? So that's basically the motivation for PHP. Before it, Perl was used for this purpose, and other languages were used for this purpose at a smaller level. But PHP was the most accessible, arguably, language for this purpose. So what happened was people would create a program that would generate pages dynamically. So let's say you had a MySpace, or let's say you had a YouTube. It would generate those HTML files on the fly based on the data that you have in your system. So data was highly coupled with your HTML and CSS. It would generate pages, and then your browser would download those pages and render them on the screen. So that's how dynamic development worked for a very, very long time. You would have pages that had data baked in using these dynamic programming languages. Nowadays, things do not work that way by and large. We have single-page applications, and the idea of that is you have this giant JavaScript-powered web page, and that JavaScript is going to download the data and store the data in, it's not going to store the data. It's going to fetch the data, and it's going to put the data in the HTML dynamically using JavaScript. So now you have a separation between your data and your HTML. The JavaScript fetches the data from the backend, usually in the form... I thought this enemy was going to be here. My bad. Usually in the form of JSON or YAML, and then it takes that data and massages it into the structure of the page. So whereas before, all of the pages were generated with their data on the backend, meaning you can apply some authorization and authentication logic, now you have the data separate from the pages. So people are finding, wherever there is bad authorization logic, they're finding all these JSON files. But back in the day, the same thing would happen, except the data would not be embedded in JSON, it would be embedded on a web page, and you'd have to use scraping technology to extract that data in a format that is usable by a robot. So that's like a big development in the modern development world, is that more and more is being fetched from the back end to be displayed purely on the front end. And here's a really easy way to tell whether or not something was generated on the back end or the front end, is when you go from a page to another page, look to see whether or not the actual web browser refreshed the entire page. If it didn't, that is proof positive that the data was fetched and dynamically rendered using JavaScript. So for example, I'm going to send a message right now in the chat. That message has been delivered to your browser, and the browser rendered it in the page dynamically. It did not reload the entire page in order to show that message. So that shows that if you dug underneath the hood, you'd see that this data was being transported to your browser independently of the browser code itself. Like the HTML, there was no HTML or CSS being sent to you in order to see that content. Does that make sense? So that's why JSON has become a lot more prevalent, is because it's powered modern applications like, like Twitch, like other applications that are able to load much faster because so much of the logic is downloaded into your browser when you first load the website. This is not the right area either. So single-paged apps versus non-single-page apps, or API-driven apps versus monolithic applications are some terms you can look up to learn more. So where's the other skull guy? I'm sorry that this is probably not particularly enthralling content, but, I have to find this guy 4 times, and I keep going into the rooms, and he's not there. So what gives? Is he up here? Did I just get the order completely backwards? There we are. Okay. So the first room like this that's available to you is the last room he shows up in. I would argue that is not the best game design. Okay, I was already in this room, but I didn't fight the boss. Okay, I get it. I was really confused why there was an empty treasure chest there. Okay, so logically speaking, this would be the last place I have to fight the guy. So a funny thing that I'll add to that with relation to authentication and authorization, but mostly authorization. This is something that a lot of novice developers do, and it's catastrophic for security. So because you can fetch all of your data using this structure and then render it on the page, what a lot of people will do is they will use JSON and AJAX to deliver all of the data in the entire database to the browser. And then on the browser, they will filter out the data that the user is not supposed to see. Well, what they don't understand is that someone who is technologically savvy can still read that data even if you don't display it on the page, because you're still sending the data to the user, and that user should not have that data. So that's a horrible practice that a lot of people have picked up thanks to the new innovations in web development. And that's why I tell the people who are learning development, like, I don't blame you. I really don't. These concepts are difficult, and when you're trying to learn development in like a year and not going through a computer science program like I did, you're not going to understand security. I mean, you're probably not going to understand security if you did go through that path. So what you need to understand is that you don't know everything about security, and that you're there to learn. Don't come into an interview saying, you know what, I understand security. You don't. And that's okay, because, and I'm not talking about you, Vincent, because you went into a cybersecurity specific program. But people who are trying to learn development do not necessarily know security. And that's fine, because in a real job, if you get a junior software development job, you better have some senior people there ready to do code reviews. Because if people are not willing to review their junior developers' code for security vulnerabilities, how do you expect that things are going to go, squeaky clean? It's impossible. That's an unrealistic thing to expect from a new developer. So instead of that, why don't you hire people who have potential, who understand the basics, and then mentor them to their full potential? Because expecting, new developers to understand security without having training in that is, frankly absurd. To me, at least. And this is not me being patronizing to new developers or saying anything negative about new developers. It's me saying bad things about new companies who are expecting you to be an expert at everything on day one. It's not realistic. You need to have infrastructure to learn from people who've been doing it for a lot longer and who know those gotchas. Because I've been developing for about 13 years, I would say. I've only seriously started understanding security in, let's say, the past 5 of them, and that's because I've been studying security in the past 5 years, and the past 2 years in particular, very seriously. It's all about humility and understanding what you know and what you don't know. And the answer is we all do not know a lot. We all have a lot to learn. I need $980 to get this bow and arrow, which I need, I believe, for this mini-boss. What is the fastest way for me to get $100 more in this game? Probably this, but I apologize in advance for this not being the most entertaining content. Okay. I think this is the timing I need to get the coin. Nope. Okay, let's try again. For those who may have joined in the interim, hey, we're just chatting about technology while I play this game. Now would be a great time to talk about literally anything, because this is not going to be the most exciting part of the run. Yuck. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Okay, understood. Let's see how many coins this is going to get me. Oh my goodness. This is torturous. Someone, please ask a question. Have any kind of discussion. This is going to be really boring otherwise. Okay, at least I got the rhythm, so I should be able to do this pretty quickly. What was it, 980? Is the second coin more money? See, that's the problem with this black and white games. I don't know, you know, if the coins are different amounts. Nope. I actually might not need to exit this way. That might have been excessive. If anybody knows any faster ways to get money in this game, by the way, definitely open to suggestions. Thanks to the folks who've stuck around despite this. Okay. Okay, so on the conversation from before, I have something I'll slightly rant about. Is the development world has evolved very dramatically. Back when I was getting into web development, things were mostly transparent for you when it came to JavaScript, at least. Right, you can't see back-end code because the code executes on the server side, and then you only get the results. But the cool thing about having client-side code is it's completely transparent to the user. The user can see exactly what code's running, and this piqued a lot of curiosity of a lot of new developers, a lot of kids. And you know, I had this one student in particular at my tech camp that I taught at that, you know, kept on right-clicking and saying and running view page source all the time because they were very curious about how things worked. And you know, I was wishing that they would focus more of their energy on actually paying attention in the class, but I appreciated that they were, you know, piquing their curiosity and trying to learn in the way that was interesting to them. Nowadays, you don't really have that as much because in modern JavaScript frameworks, you have a concept called transpilation, which may sound like a made-up word. It kind of is. The concept is we have these modern JavaScript frameworks like React and Angular, and they use constructs in JavaScript that are not supported by all browsers. So the problem with JavaScript is that once it was invented and once it was adopted by all of the major browser players, it had very few modifications that it could make realistically. Because think about this. If someone makes a change to your browser that is backwards incompatible, that means that by making a change to your browser, you can break old applications. So even though, you know, the people who are designing JavaScript made a bunch of modifications and a bunch of improvements, they couldn't implement it at scale because people were afraid that they would break, you know, the browser or break old applications in older browsers, which is a totally reasonable and realistic fear. So what they did was they created this technology called transpilation. And what this did was it would take the JavaScript that you're using the advanced constructs in, and it would boil it down into the old JavaScript code that every browser, including Internet Explorer, can understand. Probably not Internet Explorer, but at least Edge. There are some ways to polyfill functionality in older browsers like Internet Explorer, though. So that's an okay solution. But what I hate about it is it really stifles the creativity of new developers. If you want to go on a modern website and you want to look at what code powers that website, you probably can't understand any of it. And it's not because you don't know JavaScript well enough. It's because the process of transpiling modern JavaScript into older JavaScript is very, very difficult to understand, right? It gets rid of a lot of the data in the process. So that's one thing that's unfortunate. So if you're trying to learn how to develop, pick apart older websites. You'll find more interesting information there. So for the folks who just joined, I am very sorry that you joined at this particular point. I need to get some more money to get the bow in order to complete level 5. So I'm kind of grinding right now. This is the most boring part of this run, and I greatly apologize, and I appreciate your patience. Hopefully you'll stick around. Hopefully this will take no more than not 30 minutes. Hopefully no more than 5 minutes, and then we can get back into the game. But I'm here to answer any questions or have any conversation you might like to have in the process. I'm a full-time computer programmer and cybersecurity expert, and the shtick of this particular stream is to play video games and to talk tech and answer any questions folks might have about either technology. So let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. Especially right now, because this is not fun. How much do I need? Do I need 980 or do I need 930? Let's see. Sorry for forgetting and wasting even more time. 980. Okay. I have to play the game like 3 more times. I should have it. I'm not as good at math as I should be to be a computer scientist. Okay. Almost got the coins we need to proceed. And then we can go on to more fun things. This is how old games got you to spend more time with the limited amount of data involved. I mean, they forced you to do some level of grinding. That's why RPGs were so successful, especially in the early, when they first came out, because they were able to spend so much of your time, you know, doing something that you could program once. I mean, the routine in Pokemon is pretty basic. You're walking in grass, and then under a certain probability, you run into a certain Pokemon, which picks one of the, 4 moves that they have at their disposal. It's a really relatively easy thing to program in comparison to the amount of content that it buys you. Like, think about how many hours you've spent in Pokemon battles and how relatively simple it is to program that process. So, yeah. Great way to make replayability or longevity of your games. Not great for live streaming, but thankfully that's over with, and now I can buy this bow and we can move on with our lives. Thanks again for those who stomached that. Okay. Should be only, let's say, an hour more of gameplay, I hope. But I'm enjoying the conversation. And I'm enjoying the game, of course. I mean, it's a masterpiece. Okay, so I need to get the boss key, and then I need to proceed. Okay. By the way, if there are any folks in the audience who do streaming with OBS, I noticed that the frame rate's kind of choppy, you know, and it's not like horrendous like some of my past streams, but if anybody knows how to fix that, I'd greatly appreciate it because, you know, it looks way better on my screen than it does on the stream for whatever reason. Okay. I think I have to... Okay, I think I remember what to do. I think it's down here now that I have the hook shot. Yup, perfect. Okay. Now I have to get to the boss. I can cheat that, or I can just play it through. I'd prefer to play it through. Oh, thanks for letting me know about this brick that I've destroyed before and how I can't destroy it. Greatly appreciate that kind of knowledge. Okay, I think I have to go down these stairs. That's a great question. So, Vincent asks about the concern of security professionals of the ability for a user to inspect the page. So, if you're depending on preventing the user to inspect the page in order to successfully secure your website, you are doing it wrong. You need to be okay with the user seeing 100% of the data that you're sending to the browser. And if you're not okay with that, you need to reprogram your application to not depend on that data, or to only send the appropriate data when required. I mean, that's how a lot of hacks happen because of poor programming. But the solution isn't to ban that functionality, because you can't. The solution is to write better applications that don't expose data to the browser that they're not displaying. There are a lot of great capture the flag-like events that have you exploit that exact issue. For example, Sans had a mini Net Wars challenge recently, where they had a couple that were like this, but they had one that used I'm gonna have to switch back and forth, that used a technology called WebSockets. So for those who don't know what WebSockets are, they're incredibly powerful for transferring data without refreshing your page, like nearly instantly. So the traditional way of sending JavaScript to your browser is called AJAX, and it's fine, it's fast, but it's nowhere near as fast as, you know, WebSockets, because in order to do an AJAX request, you have to do a full HTTP request. You have to do the full 3-step TLS handshake. You know, you got to say the secret password. You got to say Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times in order to make it work. I mean, there's a lot of work that you have to do in order to make it work. It takes a lot of processing power. WebSockets are where you do the three-part handshake once, and then you leave the connection open to have an open stream of data between the server and the browser. Sorry for choking this boss fight. Gonna try that again. And the challenge was to read the WebSocket messages and try to exploit them in order to... you're actually playing a game of Battleship, basically. And the browser received the entire game state of both players initially, so that the browser could determine whether or not you had a hit without asking the server every single time. That's bad. If you care about the legitimacy of your Battleship game, if you want the integrity of your Battleship game to be, you know, really good, that's a no-go. That's really bad. So you need to be able to program the game such that that data is not exposed to the browser. And there are many ways to do it. You just give the data that the user is supposed to see. You only see your map, and you only get the data about your map, and you only learn whether or not you hit the ship from your opponent after firing. So, much better way to program it. Okay, so just in case I choke again, I'm gonna use the arrows that I spent so much money on to beat this mini-boss. To teleport right back here. Oops. Come on, open your eyes. Please? This is ridiculous. Open your eyes. Now I have the warp to go straight back here if I ever need to. Hopefully it won't be necessary. So let me get one more heart. There we go. Sounds good, Vincent. Thanks for stopping by. Yep, I plan on posting in a little bit. I have to do the silly thumbnail, though, first. I want to somehow include the glitches in the thumbnail. You too. Take care. This is probably the hardest boss in the game. If I had to pick. And sometimes the worm is fake, sometimes it's real. It's very frustrating. Okay. There's only one hit remaining. All right, 3 more levels to go, and then the final boss. Whew. For those who might be wondering what my shirt says, it's a Contra parody that says cloud security. So, cool little marketing from a group called Lacework. I was talking to a friend, like, how do they have the ability to, you know, use this artwork in their marketing material? Like, how do they have the rights for that? And the answer we kind of concluded is they don't. They almost certainly don't. They're probably just not asking permission and begging for forgiveness. Okay, so to do the next level, I have to go to that shrine where the big reveal happens, and then that'll give me the key. Okay. I think I know the general area to go to that. From where to get to that, yeah. Okay. Trying to remember. I think I can get this last Ocarina song first. I believe that there's no restriction on the order. And I'm going to eventually need it, so I might as well. This is an interesting concept, by the way. Go this way. Down. Left. Yeah, the one requirement you absolutely need is the hookshot. I think after that, you're all good. Up. Right? Down. Right. Up. I promise this is leading to something. Left. Down. Okay, I guess it's this one. Right. Down. Pick up this. Read this sign. Left. And this should be it, I think. Phew! Okay, I'll come back when I have more money. You're not that talented, Super Mario 2's Wart. You're not that good a singer that I'm going to pay 300 rupees after wasting my audience's time getting 900 for bow and arrow, which is, you know, a combative weapon. What's your song going to do for me, huh? Actually, I think the fastest way there is from Animal Village, so I think I'm supposed to go down here first. Let's see. No, actually, I think I need to take the raft game. And also, that's a great way to make money at the same time. Yeah, this will lead me to the area I want to be in. ₹100. I think there's something here. Just a heart piece. Okay. I think I'm gonna do another glitch to get a little bit further along. Let's see if I can swing this. I'm not even sure what's gonna happen if I do this, actually. If I can manage to get the timing right. There we go. I can't get any of the coins, but at least I can go in this area. Okay. So, what I need to do now is I need to go into that cave and get my health restored, because I believe there's a fairy there. No. What am I thinking of? I know there's a fairy nearby. Maybe it's in the next screen. Yeah, that's the fairy fountain right there. Okay, now that I help... Oh. Hey! So, if I go to the south, I can get the key to the shrine up north, and that will lead me to level 6. Then... we're in the home stretch. Okay, I believe I have to charge into him. This is basically a remake of the first boss in Link to the Past, by the way. There are those, but in Link to the Past, there was an army of them. Not just one of them. And yet, struggling to defeat them. I think I'm actually fighting the wrong way. I think I'm supposed to use arrows, as indicated by the fact that there's arrows around here. Yep, much easier this way. I had exactly enough arrows. Nice. I'll show off a fun little secret in a minute about this that you may or may not be familiar with. So this is like the climax of the game right here, at least in terms of the narrative. So I'll read it out loud. To the finder, the Isle of Koholint is but an illusion. Human, monster, sea, sky, seen on the lid of a sleeper's eye. Awake the dreamer, and Koholint will vanish, much like a bubble on a needle. Cast away, you should know the truth. So, as we'll see shortly, there's a reason why this game's so weird relative to the other games. If it wasn't obvious already. Gabora spills the beans. I see you have seen the relief. While it does say the island is but a dream of the windfish, no one is really sure, just as you cannot know if a chest holds treasure until you open it, so you cannot tell if this is a dream until you awaken. The only one who knows for sure is the windfish. Trust your feelings. Someday you will know for sure. It was all a dream, is the takeaway. So that's why, you know, similarly to Mario 2, they have the element of this being, you know, a dream, because they didn't know how much they were going to carry over. So, yeah, that's why it's called Link's Awakening. One quick thing I'm going to show before I transition back to the next level is if you equip your arrows and your bombs at the same time, and you hit both buttons at the same time, you got bomb arrows. Fun little secret. As much of a cop-out as it being a dream is, at the same time, I don't know. I feel like this game has handled the "it was all a dream" concept the best. There's something about it that's beautiful, that you've invested so much energy into these characters, Talon, Malon, Gabora, all of them, and they're not real. There's something about that that's, you know, kind of sad. And I cry every time, honestly. The ending is pretty beautiful to me. But yeah, I mean, it's a good game. Like, to consider what it was trying to be, I think this game really deserves more credit than it gets. And I'm glad that it got the remake to, expose its awesome gameplay to a generation that probably would not have picked it up based on what it looked like when it first came out. Alright, so my next job is to go there and somehow not get killed in the process. So actually, I'm going to go get the... First of all, I think I need to go in this direction, but second of all, I'm going to refill my hearts because it's very hard to get past that Armos without getting hit. Okay, so while I'm doing this, if there are no other questions on the chat about technology, I figured there'd be another topic that I can mention that a lot of people have asked me about, and it's about getting your first job in technology. And I think one thing that people don't seem to understand in the technology field in particular, but in jobs in general in this generation, is that a lot of people are thinking, okay, I want to find that job that I can work for 40 years at, and then I'll retire, and get my my pension. Everything will be good. They'll take care of my retirement. It'll be awesome. That is simply not the work world we live in today. We do not work in a world where people typically work for the same company for, 40, 30, 20, even 10 years. And there's a lot of reasons for this. One of those reasons is that no companies provide pensions anymore, which is kind of ridiculous. They replaced it, at least in the United States, with 401ks, which, it's a great construct. I'm not saying that 401ks are bad. They're great, but they are a supplement to, pensions. And that's why, my generation is kind of hosed, honestly. And boomers, like my parents, had it made in the shade. I love them. I'm not trying to tease them, but, it's kind of frustrating that people say millennials are entitled. No. No. No, not at all. We didn't get to go to college on, $100 a year tuition. We couldn't work a minimum wage job and buy a house off of it. I'm very fortunate to be a homeowner, which, is really difficult as a millennial, but I am an exception, not the rule, and that's because I got lucky with the career that I got into. I picked programming because I was inspired by video games and other technology, and, if I didn't, and I didn't want to be a doctor or a lawyer or a business person, or I could not afford a master's degree or doctorate, which I don't need to do my job, I would not be able to be a homeowner. No way. Absolutely no way. So the world has changed a lot, and people's attitudes about their first job have to change as well. You do not need to be selective on your first job, because as you'll hear from a lot of people who are going through that experience, it's really hard to get your first job in technology. And it's really unfortunate, because once you get that first job, every recruiter on the face of the earth wants to talk to you all the time. I mean, I get LinkedIn messages probably about every day, every other day. Some days I can get as much as 10 LinkedIn direct messages. And I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying this to mention that, once you get that first job, recruiters are interested in you. And until you get that first job, they're not. So you ask yourself, how do I get that first job? That's the unfortunate catch-22 that a lot of new developers find themselves in. The best thing I can tell you for a solution is to not be picky, to find a job that gives you that experience, that has you be a full-stack developer or whatever kind of developer you're trying to be. Don't be picky about it. And once you get that experience, then you can be more selective. It doesn't matter if you stay at that job for 1 year, because honestly, that's not particularly atypical. Now, my shortest job I've ever had, I was there for 2.5 years. But, that's honestly kind of being loyal. Most developers are at a company for less. And I've been in my current company for 3 years, and I'm, probably going to be there for quite some time more. So, there's no harm. That's still not typical. So what I'm saying is there's no harm in getting that experience at a job that is not optimal and then going elsewhere, because your marketability skyrockets. I mean, literally skyrockets once you have that experience. And that's what I try to do to give back, is when I have students that I've taught who've worked really hard, who are really passionate, and they're struggling in the industry, is whenever someone messages me with an opportunity that, is like a junior position, which, maybe they didn't do their research. I'm not accepting a junior position anytime soon. I hope to be a principal in the next 365 days if I can, help it. Not even mid-level, not even senior, but principal. But I take advantage of those. I say, you know what, I'm not interested in that actually, but hey, I have a lot of qualified candidates in my network who are. Oh, I got the more powerful bracelet again. Hooray. So I try to pay it back by recommending folks who are highly qualified but don't have that experience on paper. I try to recommend them. I feel like it's the least I can do. Okay, now I have enough money to talk to the frog, which is good. Another thing I'll mention, because it relates to a topic we discussed earlier about career change, and going from one field to technology. I mentioned how your skills in a particular business are very valuable, because you have that business logic. You can work for that kind of industry. On the same token, what I would say is, even if you're not really interested in programming as a job, it's a very useful skill set to have in any career that you work in, because anytime you have to process a massive amount of data, programming is very useful for that purpose. So I'd recommend, if you're checking out this channel just for the games and you're saying, I don't know if this is something that would interest me, I never really thought about being a developer, you don't have to be a capital D developer in order to get benefits from learning how to do development. It's not like you have to identify as a developer to value coding. It's very valuable for all industries, and I truly, truly believe that 10 years from now, maybe 20, but more like 10 years from now, every single job other than lawyer and doctor is going to require you to be a programmer, because manually doing tasks is not a scalable thing to do in the economy we live in. Having subject matter expertise in a variety of different industries and learning how to use programming to automate those industries, that's where the future is. So you're going to have people who work in jobs that, are still incredibly valuable and still cannot be automated away, immediately. But you're going to have people who are learning how to automate those jobs away while they're working those jobs, basically. And I mean, programmers are basically doing that to themselves, to be honest with you. There's an entire, line of work called software quality assurance, right? Quality assurance in software was oftentimes done by developers or people who are apprenticing as developers. And now every software quality analyst that I've talked to is basically being trained to automate away their job by writing automated scripts that perform the same tests very quickly. This is a objectively good idea for the industry, and absolutely where we need to be going as an industry. But it's literally people automating away their jobs, hopefully with the intent of giving those same people more complicated jobs and ones that will increase their skill set, increase their livelihood, etc. But Nonetheless, it's automating a job that historically was performed by a human being. And that is unquestionably what's being done. So I believe in the future, we will have more roles like that, where people who are subject matter experts are automating away their jobs in the same way that quality assurance has so successfully done so with tools like Selenium and Nightwatch.js and all that good stuff. Okay, so I'll be perfectly blunt. I have no idea where I'm going. I think I need to flip that switch again and then go back because I can then get that treasure chest. That must be what I have to do. This level is kind of confusing. I think it's a quite nice level. I think it's got interesting aesthetics and, you know, got some good enemies. But I think, you know, other than level 5, I would say it's probably the least polished level. Level 5, I don't even know if I would say level 5 is less polished, but it's less fun because there's so much backtracking. Now, the great news is after this level, we get to play an absolute charm of a level. The Eagle Tower, I believe it's called, is a great level. I really love that level. And then the final level, level 8, is also, like, fine. But if I had to rank them, I would say level 7 is my favorite level. Level 4 is probably my second favorite. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Don't you love it when you're getting hit by so many magic beams that it slows down the music? Okay, I didn't do this right. Oh no! I just realized I did this completely backwards. You know what would be really nice? A switch in this room. Hold on a second, before I leave. Yeah, I did this wrong. I actually needed the opposite configuration. Sorry. I'm gonna have to do this one more time. Now might be a good time to plug the schedule for the stream once again. So I've been streaming a lot more than I expected because it's just a lot of fun. But in terms of planned streams, ones that I'm going to be marketing and having a more, you know, planned strategy for, and that I'm going to upload to YouTube, my goal is to do this every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central. So I played the two games I wanted to play the most, Link's Awakening and Mega Man X. I'm currently deciding what to play next. I'm thinking to maybe do Super Mario 3 Warpless. But I might also do Mega Man X2, because I love that game almost as much as I love the original. Maybe even more, honestly. Probably mostly because the music in Mega Man X2 is bonkers. Like, it is ridiculous. The music in Mega Man X2 is, like, super fast, incredibly drum-heavy. It's honestly, like, almost overwhelming. Great soundtrack. Mega Man 3 also, I think, has a pretty good sound. Mega Man X3 also has a kind of good soundtrack, even though it gets some flack, because some of the songs are terrible. Like, the theme for Dr. Light is, like, when you get the capsule, it's very weird. And at one point in the late 2000s, I tried to create a meme with it. It was called Dr. Light's theme doesn't go with anything. And it turns out that if you put that song to any music, it does not work. Did you notice that the sound effects of the splashes there sounded just like it was to the beat? I don't know if that was a coincidence or not, but that was funny. What am I supposed to do here? Am I in the wrong part of the level, or... Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I played this level, and I have such a more, fond memory of the, in my opinion, better levels. But we'll be through it soon. Okay, so I need to go to where those stairs are, I believe. Okay. So I probably need to go down the stairs again. So I believe I need to flip the switch. On the other side. Yuck. Okay, I'm gonna cheat again. Whoops. Didn't mean to waste that bomb on this little guy. That should be helpful with navigation. Okay, so there's a key here, and there's these guys, so undoubtedly I have to defeat them. And my timing is right off. Okay, and I think this is just a secret seashell. Okay. This is, not the best part of the game. Okay, there we go. Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. I see what I'm supposed to do. I have to go back, unfortunately. Okay, what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to hit the switch, then I'm supposed to go back, and that way... Yeah. Golly. Okay, now I can go up here, avoid this, and... Wait a second, what was the point of that? I'm so confused. This level's a maze. Okay, there's something in the room right below me. Oh, do I have to beat these folks in order to get a map or something? Okay. So... what next? Maybe go down those stairs again? I really don't want to cheat, but I feel like this isn't the best content, so let's just do it. Oh my goodness. Cheat better! There we go. I think arrows work against these guys too. It's like they throw all this money at you one level too late. If you want to at least beat the mini-boss of level 5. Unfortunate. This is the level where they start introducing old mini-bosses as if they were just, you know, regular old enemies. This was level 3's mini-boss. Now we're fighting it as if it's no big deal. There we go, okay. This is weird. You have to throw the pot at the treasure chest to open it up. It's like the one time that that's the case. Okay, now the boss is... Okay. I've been nearby. Okay, I guess it's, We'll find it. Back this way. And then around. Seems to think the boss is right below me. Okay, let's mess with it again, I guess. Okay, that's the... I already did that. Okay, here we go. Hope I have enough bombs, or else I just have to hard reset. I'm probably gonna have to, unfortunately. That's bad design. That's just bad design. I have to restart this level because I don't have enough bombs. That's ridiculous. Was there another way to kill that boss? I don't think so. Okay, bombs. It's only one bomb. How am I going to get more bombs in time? Okay, there's some. I should have guessed that I needed to grab that. Unfortunate. Okay, that gave me 11 bombs. Okay, I should be absolutely in business now. Okay, here we go again. And I also realized I don't really need to block until they're out of tiles. I can just bomb right away. If I can manage to not get hurt in the process, at least. Why does the shield protect against tiles but not against pots? So that's a good lesson for the folks who are trying to learn how to make games here. The concept of conveyance, you've probably heard it before if you watch a lot of content about game design, but it's the idea of, letting the player know what's about to happen, right? Being able to read the game state and understand what's going on. I would argue that was an example of maybe suboptimal conveyance, because there wasn't any logical reason, or at least indicated reason, why the pots thrown by the boss would be more painful than the tiles. But my fault for fighting it with that little health anyway. I just realized the map is shaped like a face. I had no idea. I love how they say my weak point is and they don't even say, as if there's anything else to this character. It's literally 100% of your tangible body. At least that we can see on the surface. Okay, it only took 3 tries for me to beat the easiest boss and probably the most convoluted level in the game. But we made it. That's what's important. We made it through. Okay, I'm gonna take 1 second. Okay, and the next level, where's the next level at again? Okay, first and foremost, I need to get to the frog to get the song that allows me to wake up dead creatures, and using that, I will be able to get the rooster, which will allow me to get to the final level, or the second to last level. Oh, I could have gone fishing for the money, actually, now that I think about it. That might have done the trick as well. At least it would be a little bit more fun in the process. I have to do this again? Oh my goodness. Hey, thanks to the folks who were chatting today, I unlocked some features on Twitch. I have to check out what those are in a second. Oh my goodness, I'm pressing B, not A. Ugh. All right, now I get to listen to the greatest symphony of any musician ever. Clearly, it costs $300. Alright, now I can grant people as VIPs if I want to. One second. Okay. Now I get to show off the thing I mentioned earlier, which is how the game is set up in such a way that the maps of everything other than the overworld are connected. So you'll see what I mean in just a second. So I'm gonna go wake up the old rooster fossil, and I'll show you a cool glitch associated. So I believe I should be able to just push this. Yep, can do. And now I'll be able to get the rooster by playing this third song. I got the rooster. Whoops, didn't mean to click that again. I love how it says the rooster has recovered, as if, you know, it was just maybe a little bit damaged and not like it completely died. Anyway, so if I go from this part of the cave up, if I can avoid getting stuck like this. 1 second. If I do that again, and I do it more accurately, you'll see that when I flow out of this area, I'm actually in level 6 again. So here's level 6, but with the tiling of the caves. And a couple other oddities. So that just goes to show that these rooms are all connected. The entire underworld is connected. Just like the overworld's connected, but because the overworld is square, it's very optimized for memory, whereas the underworld is not, because maybe the sum total of the entire maps is square, but not each individual dungeon. They're a lot more complex. Okay, I know what to do. I need to go to Tall Tall Heights and use the rooster there to get the... No, that's not true. I have to get the key elsewhere. Let me look this up really quickly. Okay. Yup. Resurrect the rooster. Bird key. Okay. Okay, it is the same basic area. Okay, interesting enough. So, it's in the Tall Tall Mountain range. Okay, it's in the same way. I really like how this game implemented this system of having these characters follow you, either being Bow Wow or the ghost or the rooster. There's an enhancement to this concept in the sequel, or the spiritual sequel of this game, where you can get like a long-term partner, either this kangaroo or this dodongo or a bear, I believe it is. And that's in Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. I would love it. I mean, like, love it if those games were remade for the Switch, because I think, objectively speaking, even though I will always have a special place in my heart for this game, because it was, you know, one that I played so much, I think objectively Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons is even better. Very likely because it was developed by Capcom. Capcom used to be, at least, a powerhouse in the game dev space, and they've kind of fallen from grace, I suppose. Now, I think the biggest thing that people know about Capcom is that they refuse to, you know, do anything with Mega Man anymore, it seems. But there's a whole bit of a controversy there with Keiji Inafune, where I guess he wanted to do his own thing, and he made basically a ripoff to Mega Man, Mighty Number 9. Unfortunately for him, that game was not very good. Or at least everybody said it wasn't very good. I actually haven't had the opportunity to play it, but... You know, at the same time, Mega Man 11, which, you know, did come out a little bit after, and was like kind of, you know, service to the fans, that game was different, certainly, as well. I don't know if I would say it was one of my favorites. Okay. Tall Tall Mountain Range. Okay, I think I need to go... Okay, I know what to do. I think I go up this way. That's interesting. When's the last time you played it? Because, I mean, I think it's a great game. Maybe you had to play it, you know, when you were younger. Yeah, I'm in the right place. 5 years ago? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I feel like some of the magic was just playing it when I was, like, much younger. But at the same time, you know, I think it's objectively a good game. I mean, it added a lot of interesting dynamics. So remember how we mentioned earlier how every level, you know, every screen is basically, you know, one square. And that's been the case for most Zelda games, especially the Game Boy ones. Oracle of Ages did away with that. They said, you know, you can have much larger rooms and explore them if you'd like. And that was just something to do with the, I think, Capcom's programming. Yeah, so that's interesting that you mentioned that, Steven, is that I'm not a big fan of Twilight Princess. I don't know what to say. I don't know what it was, but that was the first game that I, you know, really just, I guess, wasn't into. It was the first game that maybe I was just too old to enjoy for whatever reason, or I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it was, but I enjoyed every Zelda game up until that point extensively. Where am I going? Now that I have this, I need to get back down there. Okay, I came from here. Yeah, no, I like Ocarina of Time too. I didn't really enjoy Twilight Princess. I think part of it was the aesthetic. I don't think I was really into how dark all the shades were. And there was, I don't know if I liked the wolf character. I don't know. I remember when I like pushed myself to get further that the later dungeons were better, in my opinion. Yeah. So for those who aren't familiar with the game that Steven's referring to, excuse me, there's this a mod called Dark Hyrule Fantasy, and we played that a couple weeks ago, and it was quite nice. It was a very interesting game. I mean, it wasn't like complete though, unfortunately. I feel like it was more of a tech demo, but it was a pretty decent. I mean, for an Ocarina of Time mod, I think it was up there. But yeah, I don't know what it was about Twilight Princess. It just wasn't my thing. Okay, I will mention something though that's very interesting that maybe I'll show at the end of the stream, or I'll just reference now. But there is there's a lot of great tool-assisted speedruns out there. I've already mentioned a couple of them. But there is also a great tradition of really funny April Fool's concepts that people do. And for April Fool's, I think 5 years ago, they did a Twilight Princess tool-assisted speedrun. And it was really interesting. What they did was they beat the game, quote-unquote, in like 1 minute. And I'll have to show it to you. I think I do it injustice if I tell you about it and I don't actually do it. So if you're interested, look up April Fool's tool-assisted speedrun Twilight Princess. Maybe I'll show it at the end of the stream when I show maybe the Bob Mario Zelda speedrun, and I show off the game FAQ for this game that I helped contribute to like 12 years ago. What in the world am I doing? I'm getting really confused at these later levels. I think it's hard to talk and do these more advanced levels. I don't have a key. What? Am I missing something, or is there no way for me to proceed? Did I break the game somehow? I have no keys. That's the room to get me up there. And if I go this way... there's nothing to do. What did I do to break this game? other than doing all sorts of messing around. Okay. Yeah, just straight up. Like, I'm in a soft block, right? Okay. Let's try to unbreak it, I suppose, by breaking it. Well, now I'm in level 8. So, I might restart the game now. Is there a key under one of these pots? Oh, maybe there's a key by beating these Wizrobes. No. Are there any Wizrobes in here? No. Alright, I'm gonna... back to breaking the game. There is a known soft block in this level as well. I'm very certain I have not achieved it yet, but I am positive that there is a soft block in this game where basically there's this item you can use to break the pillars, and basically you lose that item.
Here we go.
I don't want to get copyright struck from playing the DK rap. Is it family friendly? Is it something worth showing on stream? Okay, I'll save it for later then. You're fine, my man. Okay, so now at least I'm doing something. Probably in the wrong order, but nonetheless I'm doing something. Okay, this is roughly where I need to be. Okay, this is where I get the... This is where I destroy the pillars using this item. What I don't like about this setup, though, is that you basically have to move it down here and then pull it. I don't know if you were here before, Steven, but we were talking about World of Warcraft a little bit earlier. One of my former students is a big WoW fan. We were chatting about how one of the extensions was, like, ruining everything. I forget which one it was, like, for Warcraft 3. Curious if, just by me saying that, if you know what what the person was talking about. I feel like you might. Reforged. That's literally what the person said. That's so funny that you knew exactly what they meant just by hearing that short description. Apparently it was a massive blunder. How do you make a remake bad? I don't understand. Okay, this level is quite disifying, but I think I'll figure it out shortly. How new is Reforged? What like when did it come out? For it to look 15 years old. Whoops. I'm terrible at this. 2019 and it looks 15 years old? That's absurd. I understand why fans would be upset then. Yuck. Okay, so now I need to throw this here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, that's not that bad. Okay, now I believe what I need to do is I need to guard off all of these moving platforms. That's bizarre. Oh yeah, okay, so what I need to do now, I believe, is I need to bomb this wall. And that allows me to go down here. Okay, and then I'm gonna... That's unfortunate. Oh my goodness, that's very unfortunate. Can I get these folks from a distance? Oh, okay. This is like my one shot, so I gotta do this right. Come on. Whoops. That was very lucky, or else I would have had to do some significant backtracking. Okay, so one last pillar to crush. I think I need to go this way, and then... no. This way, and then around. I got the mirror shield! Hooray! Okay, so now I have to knock down one more pillar. Like so. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that I would enjoy StarCraft, but I never gave it a shot. Yeah. Well, it looks like there's at least consensus there. For better or for worse. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to jump over here. Okay, we got this. Then, alright. Yeah, so my only exposure to Blizzard games in general was, as I mentioned earlier, I was at a tech camp and we were doing video game modding, and we were able to use Warcraft 3 to do so. That was the main engine that we were using. But it was, from what I remember, it was kind of half-baked. In fact, I think they combined first-person shooter development with with Warcraft modding, because there wasn't a whole lot there. It was like a hybrid course. I think, yeah, I mean, it wasn't like really my thing, but it seemed like the people around me really enjoyed it. So I think that's just a testament to the fact that, you know, I just don't get it. Alright, so we are near the end of this level, and therefore near the end of the game. Oh yeah, I think most people agree that, well actually the other person who was there said that Warcraft 3 was their favorite, but I certainly think that the average person would say that World of Warcraft's the best in the series. I probably would have given it a shot if it wasn't for the subscription model being something that didn't sound like a fun time for poor young me. I remember the Frozen Thrones graphics looking, like the marketing graphics were pretty interesting. I vaguely remember that. Okay, I remember where we're at now. Okay, so I go this way to beat the mini-boss. We haven't talked technology for a while, and I feel like I need to do that for the sake of the YouTube archive, or else it's going to be a lot of me just ranting and staring at the screen. Do you have any programming or technology topics that you can think of that would be interesting for you? We had a couple earlier. I've talked a little bit about that already. I feel like, you know, Code Academy is a great resource to getting into development. You know, Day of Code, certainly good. Let me, okay, I think I have an interesting topic that came up recently. I kind of talked about this last time, but not completely. About using professional tools versus using something that's more accessible. Like, maybe I already talked about this last time, but I don't think I mentioned quite how difficult it is to use an older, more quote-unquote powerful language like C and C++. So I was fortunate enough to learn it fairly early through the tech camp that I was in, which was great, and I enjoyed it. I got into it, but you have to understand that that was not my first foray into programming. If it was, I probably would have lost my mind, because things that you take for granted in other, more modern, higher level languages, you don't get them for free at all in C++, and especially in C, which is a separate language, by the way, for those who don't know. So, how does one best describe this? Okay, let me give you an example of something that's incredibly basic in other languages. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. In JavaScript, Python, Java, etc., you know, pretty basic concept. Strings. Strings allow you to store textual data. So like names or addresses or anything that you can't represent with a number, basically, you'd represent with a string. In C and C++, it's not quite as easy. You have, instead, the ability to use what are called character arrays. You know, especially, I don't even think strings exist in C. I know in C++ you have I believe you have the strings library that you can import, which gives you similar functionality. But the, you know, primitive that you're normally working with are character arrays. So these are arrays of a more fundamental type, which is characters. I'm not really sure where to get the next key, so I'm just gonna warp over this real quick, so I can focus a little bit more of my energy on the discussion. So that's one example. Another related example is, what is an array in JavaScript or you know, Python? It's a set of data that you can grow or shrink. So for example, let's say you have a list of users and you want to... One second, I'm very confused. Did I not already go into this room? I guess not. Just money. So you can grow and shrink the amount of data that you're storing. So let's say you have an array of users that are currently in the game. You can increase that array by adding new users. You can say now, instead of having 5 users, you have 6 users, or you have 4 users if someone left. In C and C++, that's not a very normal concept. Arrays are typically of fixed length, where you say up front, this is going to be an array of 8 characters, let's say. And that'd be, you know, really practical for something like, you know, in this game, I couldn't put my full name. I could only put 5 characters. So, you know, that's an array of 5 characters. Well, you know, in many modern situations, you need to be able to increase or decrease the length of an array. So in C++, they split that up into 3 different concepts. You have normal static arrays, which are the ones that I just described, that do not grow. Then you have what are called dynamic arrays that have a set length, but you can set that dynamically when you create it. So you can say, what's your name? And then based on what they put in, you can allocate an array of that size. So it's a fixed length, but you can define it based on user input, for example. And then you have, I believe it's called array lists or array sets. I think it's array lists, which allow you to grow the size of your array. In JavaScript, those are just arrays. That's it. So much easier to understand. I think for creating a portfolio, I definitely mentioned this last time, but I'll mention it again. This is a hard boss to fight with only, 2 item slots. But I would start with things that are easy, and only then, make something that's worthwhile for a portfolio. But I think for being in web development, the main thing you want to focus on is creating dynamic applications, right? Web applications that are user... What's going on? Am I doing this wrong? Why am I getting blown back so easily? Okay, I'm gonna try a new idea. After dying, because inevitably I'm gonna die here. I'm pretty sure he regains all of his life every time that you fall down, so I think it's very important that I keep myself up there. So yeah, any website that involves user input and doing something with that user input, those are the kinds of ideas that you want to generate, because nowadays it is not enough to just be a good enough web developer designer, right? That's a valuable skill, but it's not the one, that you really want to go after. You want to go after one that is, flexible, that allows you to do development of a variety of different types, back-end, front-end, and then some design on top of that. So the best way to prove that is by creating some kind of dynamic website, because those are things that you can't fake. You need to build the full stack of the application. Hope that's a decent answer for you. I'm gonna try to stay on the ladder when he tries to blow me away, instead of using the shield. Let's see if that works. Hey! Well, that worked for a second, but it definitely wasn't intended. I'm gonna try using the shield again. I think I just have to start resisting earlier. I'm a scrub. I don't know what to say. It's really nice of you to... Come on. Okay, that did it. Don't do it right away again. Come on. Clearly, I have been spending too much of my life programming and doing cybersecurity because I used to be much better at video games. I'm wasting my life. This is painful. I hope it's not as painful to watch as it is to do. Won't give up. If I'm gonna play 6 of these levels in one day, I'm gonna play all of them in one day. Oops. Okay. I got this. This is over. Another resource that I'll mention, it's less of a, thing that I'd recommend for adults who are gamers to try out, but more of just like a thing that if you have young kids, you should get them involved with early if you want them to get into this kind of field. And it's, Minecraft has this concept of redstone that is literally electrical engineering. Like, it's bizarre, frankly, how all of these kids understand redstone and how to build like very complex circuits with it. And it's literally electrical engineering. You can build transistors, you can build logic gates, you can build flip-flops, you can make the entirety of Pokemon in Redstone in Minecraft. So I was working with these kids in a tech camp, and I was just blown away with what they were doing with it. You know, 9-year-olds doing stuff in Redstone that I was learning in, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, please. Please. Why do you have infinite health? Oh. I was literally studying the things that they were doing in Minecraft in college. The semester before, I taught them Minecraft modding in that summer camp. And they were like 9 years old. So, you know, I know that Minecraft, you know, may be overhyped at this point. And I know that a lot of kids just, like, put their life into that game. But it absolutely has educational value if you're focusing on the right areas and for the right reasons. And I was, you know, it was kind of eye-opening to me how much the next generation is going to know going in. You know, it's a little bit too early to tell for me. I mean, most of the people that I'm working with, the youngest people I'm working with, are like 21 years old, which means they would be, you know, born like, you know, 99 at this point, which is crazy to think of, but it is what it is. And, you know, they weren't growing up with Minecraft. Give it another 10 years, we're going to have unbelievable discoveries and developments thanks to the stuff that they've done. It's unbelievable. The stuff that they've been learning. Okay, so now I need to go... Okay, I think this is still faster than what I was doing, but definitely suboptimal nonetheless. Yeah, I think any game that has like sandbox capabilities are a great gateway experience into development because, I mean, it's so similar. One example that I'll give, there was someone here earlier who was a big Sonic fan. I wonder if they were familiar with the debug mode in Sonic 1, because that was a huge inspiration for me, was playing around with that. So there's this mode that you can turn on with a cheat code that basically allowed you to transform into this object that allowed you to drop objects of arbitrary types. This was used for debugging purposes, for testing the game, but it was exposed to the users. If they knew how to run this, they could, you know, do whatever they wanted. And it was a lot of fun. And one of the first relatively serious things that I did actually was, in conjunction with a much better developer than me, I created a debug mode that you can use on Game Maker. So on Game Maker, you could create a very similar debug mode for Sonic, just like Sonic had, by just adding this to your project. And it was really cool. I mean, it was a really smart way of debugging things. Because, I mean, think about it this way. Let's say you're testing a game and you want to test like a very specific thing. You want to test like just a particular enemy to make sure that the enemy is functioning as expected. Are you A, going to force the game tester to go through the game every single time to get up to the level and the specific part of the level where that enemy exists? Or are you going to give them the ability to arbitrarily generate certain enemies for the purposes of testing? Sonic decided the latter, which is the smarter one. So that was a huge inspiration for me. Minecraft is kind of like that by design. I mean, Minecraft, in creative mode, you can do literally whatever you want right off the bat. You have infinite items, infinite resources you can just go nuts with. not even sure why they give you money at this point. I mean, I kind of have everything I need in the game. This game also has a very underrated soundtrack. Oh, whoops. I need this. Yeah, no, I mean, it's, you know, not a game that I was ever super into, but I always appreciated its concept. Always. Minecraft is definitely a game that helps people get into development, though, that's for sure, especially new, you know, young kids. I think that's a great path for them to go through. You know, as long as they're doing some redstone. Because if you're not doing redstone, you're not really learning the most valuable thing within Minecraft. Okay, so now I'm going to revive this guy just to kill him. And then we're going to be in our last level. I love how they use this track, by the way, in just this area. I don't think there's any other area where they use this song. Okay. The structure of this level is kind of hard to wrap your head around. It's fairly confusing, and you have to do this a lot in order to get from room to room. Okay, so I definitely have to bomb this. And I think I can get this treasure chest like this. Yep. So that should be helpful. But as you can see, this is a massive dungeon. I don't think I actually encountered this guy in level 6, but he's a mini-boss in level 6, so not an actual, like, serious mini-boss in this level either. They have, like, 3 different types of mini-bosses in this level. And then I think one serious mini-boss that lets you get the final item. Okay, unfortunately, I think I might be going slightly in circles. I think that's kind of the design of this level. Or lack thereof, you could say. Oh, snap! Take that, game designers. No, I love this game. My criticism of this game comes from a place of love. again, this is my favorite game. Come on, fairy. No? What a jerk. So you control these remotely, for those who haven't played this particular level. And your goal is basically eliminate all of the holes in the floor. So this is kind of a puzzle. There's one version of it that you'll see that's like fairly complex. This is the mini boss from level 1. Finally, a much-needed key. I think generally on that theme of Minecraft modding, or just modding in general, is I think, generally speaking, looking at projects that you already enjoy and looking at ways that you can add little trinkets to it is super valuable. So I'm sure you're familiar, and I think I mentioned this last time as well, is I believe, I mentioned Lua scripting last time. I don't think I mentioned that it's used in World of Warcraft, but it absolutely is. So you can build extensions for World of Warcraft with Lua, which is a kind of a basic scripting language. I think it's I forget what it's mainly used for, but it's fine. I enjoy it, but it's like very, very popular in game engines. So you can build mods to games using Lua. Many different types of games. Okay, I guess I gotta go back the way this way. Oops. Once you get a few keys, this level really opens up, but it takes a while to get there. Okay, I think that this can be bombed. I don't know how useful that was, but... Okay. Obviously this can be bombed. Probably doing this in the opposite order, but that's fine. Okay, that's a sign that there's a key to be got here, and if I recall correctly, I get it by shooting this guy. And if you'll recall, I probably should have done this earlier, but if you'll recall, we started out this run by me warping around the map and ending at level 8, well, this is the specific area of level 8 we were at. I'll show you when I get back to the warp area. So if you look at your map, I've already been here because this is the screen that is directly opposite to the beach where you pick up the sword. So if you go off the screen from where the sword is, you'll end up exactly here. If I run out of bombs in this process, I'm gonna be so mad. Because you have to attack them up here too. You can't even go down there and, you know, get them because the treasure chest spawns up here. Now they're giving out keys like candy. Can't do this area yet. I need to have the fire rod to do that, or the magic rod, I think it's called in this game. Because I think they only have one of them. What am I missing in this room? Like, clearly I'm missing something. Yeah, I know what this rock is. Is there something here that I need to bomb? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, I should probably head towards the only treasure chest left. The problem is that I'm very certain that in order to get there, there's like a staircase. So I need to find that staircase. This looks like I'm on the right direction, perhaps. Here's a staircase. Okay, this looks very promising. Okay, but this is really only a shortcut, unfortunately. Let's see what's here. Ah. How about we go back to the beginning of the level? Okay, I can't do this part, and I can't do the other one, I think. So, what am I missing? I went here earlier, but perhaps there was an area that I did not go to because I was missing a key. You know what? I think this might be it. But wouldn't have I gone here before already? I'm terrible with retaining directions. Yeah, I've been here before. Oh, this is just... Okay. Time to break things. Perhaps not break them that bad. There we go. I have 2 keys. This is where I need to be. Okay, I've been here before. So I guess I need one more key to... That's unfortunate. Okay, let's go to the level areas that have treasure chests. Can't get that one because I need the item that I get from unlocking that area. So, process of elimination. I might have messed up. Okay, that's not it either. Okay, I'm very certain this is not a key, but I'll get it anyway. More money! Excellent. Exactly what I need. Look at this. Thank goodness for saving and quitting. Actually, I'm not going to take any chances. I'm going to go this way. Ah, I could have just bombed that wall. I don't know why in this world they make it less obvious than in all the other levels when there's a wall that can be bombed. Ah, here we go. Okay, now we'll go back there, we'll fight the mini-boss, we'll get the boss key. The level is much easier to navigate once you have the magic rod, because it allows you to go up both those staircases, and then we will fight the final boss. And, nice. Oh my goodness. Okay, good. Sorry if I appear a little bit low energy, that's because I am. I probably should have eaten more for lunch than I did. I'm getting hungry a little bit. But at this point, it doesn't make any sense, I think, to stop. I think we're so close to the end, I might as well just wrap it up. But if you've watched this far, thanks for your patience. I know that there were a couple technical mishaps, a couple grinding sections of the game, but it's a lot of fun. It's really good to reconnect with old games and talk about topics that I care about. One topic that is interesting that I should think a little bit more about is, what is my favorite fan game? My favorite game that was developed by hobbyists who are trying to learn how to program, that was, based off of a real franchise. I'm trying to think of them. I mentioned Hard Hat. Hard Hat's an excellent one, an excellent Mega Man fan game. Really solid. What else did I used to play? There were a couple, I really feel like there were a couple Zelda fan games that were awesome, that weren't just mods, although there were definitely also some mods that I enjoyed playing. I think this was the wrong one. There was one that was really interesting. There were a couple Kirby ones that I think I enjoyed quite a bit, but I don't remember their names, unfortunately. I think one of them was like Kirby and Metroid. It was like a Kirby Metroid hybrid. It's quite good for what it was trying to do. And I feel like there were a bunch of Sonic ones that I used to play that I'm trying to remember the specifics of. Yeah, I know it's cold. I know it's cold. You don't need to tell me. Yes, you don't say. Okay, how do I do this again? This, and then this. That's it. Alright, boss time. Oh, I didn't get the key? Oh my goodness. Whoops. Oh no. I accidentally glitched the game out. That's unfortunate. What will I do? Well, that was unfortunate. We did it! We beat level 8, and we only cheated a little bit. I think I might have to include that image on the thumbnail. Okay. So now I have to go to the Windfish, which is this way. This is a faster path, though, I think. Alright, here we go. Okay, I'm supposed to finish the trading puzzle to the training path in order to get the answer to the exact path I'm going to have to take. I'm not interested in doing that right now, so I'm going to try to find on FAQ path, windfish, this is egg. Okay. I understand. Okay. You're going to tell me how to get the code, but you're not going to tell me what the code is. Thumbs down on this FAQ. Just kidding. Whoops. The problem is that the code's different in the new version versus the old version, and I'm trying to just find the original. Okay, I think I found it. No, this is not it. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Can I find a single walkthrough that says the path that I'm supposed to take? Egg, windfish, egg. Now follow the directions found in the Book of Secrets. Okay, Book of Secrets. Are you going to tell me? This is abominable. Can you just tell me what the code is? Come on. I swear, every single FAQ that I'm looking at is like, use the code that you found. I don't need to get the code to use it. Just tell me what the code is. Silly. They're like, write down these arrows. And they don't tell me what the arrows are. Okay, I used to have this memorized, so maybe I'll find it at, like, regularly. It's like... I think it's like left up, right up, left up, right up or something. I'm not going to brute force this. If I have to finish the training sequence, I will, but okay, I think maybe left up, right up. I'm pretty confident it's never down. That much I'm like positive about. Unbelievable. I feel so stupid right now. Okay. Let's see if I can get there the good old-fashioned way. Oh! No? What did I fall down then? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay, but I absolutely need to find this code. It'll take way longer to do the trading sequence. Okay. Okay, now I know how I'm going to figure it out. Okay. It is left, left, up, right, right, up, left, up. That's what it was. I knew I was close. This is a really good boss, by the way. It's got multiple forms, a lot of callbacks to the originals. So this is like Aghanim, I think, from the Link to the Past game. Of course, he fakes you out every once in a while. Next, I believe it's Ganon. No, it's whatever the worm's called. It was also the first boss of this game. But it was also in Link to the Past. On the third level of Link to the Past. Now it's Ganon. Okay, then I think I just use the magic rod on this one. Yep. Very useless form. I think the person who was working on that kind of phoned it in. And then comes the monstrosity that we're about to see here. It normally does not get this close to the player. Like, it's really getting up in my space today. And that's the game. It's a beautiful ending. I guess I'll read it out loud, might as well at this point. Young lad, I mean, Brand, the hero, you have defeated the nightmares. You have proven your wisdom, courage, and power, and your ability to cheat all the time. As part of the Windfish's spirit, I am the guardian of his dream world. But one day, the nightmares entered the dream and began wreaking havoc. Then you, Brand, came to rescue the island. I have always trusted in your courage to turn back the nightmares. Thank you, Brand. My work is done. The Windfish will wake soon. Goodbye, Hoot. Whatever you think the Windfish looks like, you're probably not prepared for this. Very interesting design. I am the Windfish. Long has been my slumber. In my dreams, an egg appeared and was surrounded by an island with people, animals, an entire world. But verily, it be the nature of dreams to end. When I dost awaken, Koholint will be gone. I think that I'm cool for using all caps. Only the memory of this dreamland will exist in the waking world. Someday thou may recall this island. That memory must be the real dream world. Come, Brand, let us awaken together. Play the 8 instruments. Play the Song of Awakening. I was joking earlier, but something about this game like really makes me choke up. It's a really beautiful ending. I don't know what to say. I don't know, man. I think I actually cried more about it as an adult than as a kid, frankly. I think it's built up emotions in me. Yeah. And the way that they did it in the remake's even more amazing with the, like, anime adaptation. But there's something about the notion that, you know, despite the fact that it's disappearing, that the experience was still a real experience to Link. He still experienced it. He still met all those people. I think it's almost as beautiful just to see this moment right here where he's just smiling and marveling at it. Yeah, no, that's the other thing is, you know, how does he actually survive through this mess? Actually getting back. It's a great question. That's the, What's the term for, like, madness that is generated from being stranded out at sea? What is that term? That's what he's going through right now. So those watching this on YouTube may notice that half of the letters are missing. And the reason that is because they went out of their way to make it so that the text flashed back and forth at 60 frames per second, with each character flashing every other frame. And the way that it's being captured right now, it's actually not picking it up at that level, so it's going back and forth between the two sets of characters. So in order to see this properly, you actually need 60 frames per second. And the fact that they decided to do that on a game built for the Game Boy, this absolutely archaic technology that it's just amazing to me, honestly, that they put together such an amazing game with such amazing polish that looks better on the Game Boy than it does on YouTube with the improper settings. I mean, you know, hats off to all these folks. Whatever your names are, KG, oh, actually, no, that's KG Kondo, but it's hard to tell the way the text is on the screen. Let's see. And of course, Shigeru Miyamoto, the legend. Sailing hallucinations. I thought there was a more specific term for being lost at sea, and it's the madness that you get from being lost at sea. But I may be completely misremembering. Well, that's the game. I'm going to do one or two more things before I call the stream a stream. First of all, just a flashback with the Game Boy. If you take a look at the cartridge, you'll see that it's, I mentioned this earlier, but it's actually got letter B on there. Probably my mother wrote that on there. I doubt it's my handwriting. Just to indicate that it was mine, so that A, if it got lost at school, that, you know, if I was ever bringing it to school, which probably not, I don't think they'd let me. But if I brought it to an event that they knew that, hey, this was owned by someone whose first name is the letter B, you know, I guess that was helpful. Or otherwise to distinguish it from my sister's games. So huge shout out to the developers of Link's Awakening. Once again, it is my favorite game of all time. Huge shout out to the developers of the remake, which I have here. It's a phenomenal game. I would recommend it absolutely. So I am advertising for Nintendo here. Seriously though, it's a great game, great remake. It's beautiful. Only thing that I can complain about it is the 60 frames per minute matter. Let me show you at least two things on my browser. So let me open this up here. So if you'd like to learn more about the glitches involved with this game, I have two resources for you that may be useful. Firstly is not that. One second. That is not what I want to display. Why is this not selecting? Okay. First is this game FAQ. Let me resize my screen a little bit so it fits properly. That should be better, I think. Let me look on my capture. Oh, that's good enough for now. This is the Glitch FAQ by Jelly Soup, last updated in 2009. This goes into a lot of details about the game. And I actually contributed to this a long time ago. So where is this? Oh my goodness. The path for the windfish egg. I contributed that on this guide, and I didn't know to immediately look at the guide that I contributed that detail for. That's unbelievable. But left, up, right, up, left, up. Okay, so I missed the last up there. And I'm not sure what this is related to. I think it's if you glitch your way above the room that the nightmare's at, you can get a glitched version of it. I think that's what I'm referring to here. And then I added this question about how you can basically corrupt the game. Interesting glitch that requires you to physically take the game out. And then here was the thing I mentioned to you before about how the dungeon maps and the cave/underworld maps, they are all connected. I used to think that, this FAQ used to state that they were separate maps, that there was a world map and then, two other types of maps. But no, we've proven on stream that this is one set of maps. The caves are connected to the dungeons. And I would be interested to see if anybody's mapped out what the underworld maps look like, because you could certainly map out exactly how to get from one part of the map to another. That's the first thing I wanted to show. Another thing I'm going to show real quick. 1 second. Is, let me pull this up. This is a tool-assisted speedrun that I strongly recommend checking out. 1 second. That goes into more details about how to glitch the game up. For those who are interested in learning more about it. Let's see if that... Okay. So... I encoded the original version of this, but I guess they made an update. Let me lower that volume. You can see that they've done all sorts of wackiness. Yeah, it's a pretty cool run. I would definitely check it out. And then Link's Awakening tasks. There's one where they just beat the game as fast as possible with the glitches. Yeah, this one. Okay. Sorry for the advertisement. Yeah, and this was encoded by me 8 years ago. Let's just watch this really quickly, and I can do some basic commentating. Let me see if I can get in full screen. Actually, let's do... How do I do this best? Let's do theater mode. Okay, that's good enough. And let's move this... Whoops. So they do the same basic concept that I did, that I demonstrated. So they terminated the transition such that they can get to the sword as fast as possible. Not exactly positive how they picked up the sword from this distance. I'm sure there's details in the notes. But the cool thing is how from here they end up going to level 8. From level 8, they save the game and restart so that they can end up to the beginning of level 8. And from there, you can go downward and glitch a couple times and end up in the nightmare's belly, the belly of the windfish where the nightmare is. Then, if you do this again and generate 2 of the bosses at the same time, you can actually have them defeat each other, I guess just by colliding with each other, or maybe just a matter of overload. But you'll see in just a second that you'll end up generating the stairs. Because normally you at least need magic powder. Well, actually, that's not true. I think you can beat the first enemy with a sword and shield, even though you're supposed to use magic powder. It's really the last boss that's the problem. Is the last part of the boss you have to use a bow and arrow, and that's not a weapon you start out with. But that's what it is. Once you generate the final version of the boss, it collides with the other boss and just like dies. They did that to skip the dialogue, and then they go up the stairs, and same thing as before. So I just thought I would mention that because it's only a 3-minute long speedrun total from first input to last input. Last thing I'm going to show off, just because it's really funny to me, is where is it? It's we mentioned this before: Twilight, Princess. TAS, April Fools. Let me see if I could find it. Tool assisted speedrun. I'm trying to find it. Rejected submissions. Twilight. I think this is it. This is too funny not to share. Yep. Okay, I found it. Don't ask any questions about what you just saw. I don't want to spoil it for you. They did it! Hooray! Basically, for those... I don't know why this makes me laugh as much as it does, but basically, they were playing on a Wii, and they loaded up a save state of this game at the title screen using the Nintendo emulator that you can hack into Wii. So I don't know why this is so funny to me, but I figured I might as well mention it. Something about seeing this Kirby's Dream Land ending is just too much for me. Okay, well, that was a lot of fun. I'm gonna get back to work on something that I was developing, but thank you so much for joining me for this episode of Tech Career Chat. I will almost certainly put this on YouTube. I know that only the beginning really started. We only really started out with a discussion of tech, and we didn't really talk as much about it near the end because I was fairly focused. But for those who'd like to join future ones, I'm happy to answer any questions you might put on here. So basically consider this to be like an office hours for us to discuss technology while I play video games. I'm going to be referring all of my students to this so I can give them this open forum to ask questions about a variety of topics. But once again, thank you for joining. Hope you'll join me next time. I'm not sure what game I'm going to play next Saturday, but I will hopefully play a couple games during the week just for fun. So make sure to follow me on Twitch and subscribe to me on YouTube and all the other things. And thank you so much for your time. You have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.